Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast of the Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the Nerdy Occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, folks.
And hopefully our second co-host, the primordial source of evil in comics, Corrupt, will be joining us. Though I'm not holding my breath simply because on Thursday he didn't sound too great, and he might still be fighting that cold and all. So,
Well, he said he had been fighting it, and that he was getting better. So hopefully he will be better by now. But corrupt when dealing with sickness is a complete and utter crapshoot. So there's.
I know. I have a family member who's kind of like that. Yeah.
I'm honestly surprised I don't get sick more often, being as I have all those things that would make one predisposed to being sick a lot. But for the most part, no. My biggest issue is getting to sleep on time and sleeping well. But aside from that, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm your host / Time I Wannabe, the Brainstormer Pop Culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am doing fine. I cannot speak for our audience insofar as we have one.
Right. But first, a word from our sponsor. We don't have one. A wink.
We will hopefully at some point be brought to you by you, but until such time as we actually have an audience that would justify getting some kind of crowdfunding, we're doing this grass.
Yeah.
And we do a lot for you people because, my God, the stupidity we have to cover.
Yeah, that's fair and accurate. So hopefully by the end we'll actually not be as usually angry and shit.
Yes, we're ending with something resembling good news. So yay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I will bring up the first article, which is Dalton sent me this, I believe. Correct?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Yeah.
On I want to say Wednesday-ish.
I thought it was I don't know. I thought it was Monday or something.
It may have been. This week has gone by very, very quickly.
Yes, it has. So this is from Yahoo Entertainment. Elizabeth Banks says Captain Marvel, Wonder Woman were hits because they belong to male genre. This article is by Zach Straff of IndieWire.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that we're not going to be yelling at Zach too much in this article because most of the stupid is going to be contained within Elizabeth Banks. But I could be wrong.
So this just Yahoo Entertainment. This seems to be the full article is on IndieWire.
I don't know. I don't know if we should go for the full thing or if the full thing is going to be absurdly long.
Well, I mean, I could click it. Well, I could read a little bit of this and then click the link and see.
Yeah, see if it's appreciably worse or longer or what have you.
Okay, that's getting open. Okay, the well-reviewed Charlie's Angels reboot is the latest studio box office bomb of the fall movie season, following in the footsteps of such disasters as The Goldfinch, Gemini Man, Motherless Brooklyn, and Terminator Dark Fate. The Elizabeth Banks directed action comedy failed to crack 19 million at the box office over its opening weekend. I cannot speak English today. Box office tracking had Charlie's Angels opening at an already disappointing $10 million, but the final total came in well below that low mark. Indie box office expert Tom Brink, I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing his last name, Bringenman, says the film will be a significant loss for Sony this season. Okay, I'm looking up IndieWire.
Okay, a few things. To call Charlie's Angels well reviewed is kind of farcical considering it barely cracked 60. For another thing, it was originally projected to open between 12 and 14 million, and it drastically underperformed. So even though you're saying it underperformed, you're minimizing the degree to which it underperformed. Why? Like, I can only guess that that's because you appear to be on the side of this, Zach. I could be wrong. You might just be looking at later estimates than I looked at before this, but yeah, originally it was supposed to come in between 12 and 14 million, and it came in instead at 8.6.
So I looked at the IndieWire article. It's the same one.
Oh, it's the exact same?
Yeah.
Well, fuck you for the duplicitous fuckery then, Yahoo. There's no need to cite an article that's literally just the same thing copy and pasted over.
Yeah. So you want to move to the other one or just keep on this one?
No, just go ahead. If it's the exact same, then I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
I just didn't want it to be like some summary of a larger article, and then people would be whining, "Oh, you didn't read the original source," or.
Yeah. Actually, I feel like we gotta clarify who Elizabeth Banks is. She is an actress. So I also believe director, maybe also a writer as well.
I believe this is her first major directing gig.
Okay.
Or would have been her first major directing gig if it didn't die.
Right. So she is so she's primarily an actress who is now reaching to direct. So good for her as well. I appreciate
that's a quite upgrade, but as we've seen, it doesn't appear that she knows what she's doing in that regard.
I haven't seen Charlie's Angels, nor really cared to.
I pirated it. It's not good.
Right. Also, if you don't know her, she was Rita Repulsa in the Power Rangers movie, and also she was the mom of Brightburn in that movie, Brightburn.
Yeah, she's a good actress. I just wish there wasn't quite so much feminist cancer in her brain.
Right. Okay. So I just feel like we need to clarify who she was. So. Okay. Prior to the movie's disastrous opening weekend, Banks gave an interview to the Herald Sun that is now proving to be somewhat controversial. The filmmaker, who also wrote and produced Charlie's Angels and stars in the movie as Bosley, called out a potential box office bomb as being sexist.
Or, Elizabeth, maybe you just didn't make a very good movie. A movie that didn't appeal to any of the mainstream fans of Charlie's Angels, or women, or men, or anyone at all.
Right. I saw the trailer, like the first trailer for Charlie's Angels, and it didn't grab me.
I even saw feminists on Twitter saying, I want to support movies with women in them, but dear God, this movie sucks, basically.
Yeah.
And when even your main audience of feminists doesn't like your movie, you may have just made a bad movie there. And given that you basically did all the things on the movie, it is very much your fault, my darling.
Uh, Look, people have to buy tickets to this movie too. This movie has to make money, she said. If this movie doesn't make money, it reinforces a stereotype in Hollywood that men don't go see, I believe that's a typo, don't go see women do action movies.
Okay, quick rundown of various female heroines.
The Bride,
Ripley from Alien, Sarah Connor,
The Bride from Kill Bill.
The Bride from Kill Bill, Buffy from Buffy the Vampire Slayer,
Mhm.
which was an entire series, The Charmed Ones.
The
Granted,
original.
not a very good example, but still.
Let's see. There are others. It's just I don't watch a lot of stuff and don't remember a lot of stuff, fortunately.
Point being, my darling, thoroughly wrong. Thoroughly wrong.
Actually, you know what? We can kind of make an. They're not great movies, but Alice from Resident Evil series.
Furthermore, Alice from the action-heavy Alice in Wonderland series made oodles of money. Why they chose to make Alice in Wonderland an action movie, I do not fucking know. But
Oh,
take
other
the
TV
rest.
show, Wynonna Earp.
Wynonna Earp, Margot, Julia, and Alice from The Magicians. Honestly, we could be here. We could be here literally all day. Hell, one of the people in your movie, darling, was Kristen Stewart, and despite the cringe that is the Twilight franchise, Twilight was, for a brief flicker of a moment, one of the most popular franchises on the planet. Now, we can all collectively groan and facepalm over that, but it happened. And those movies aren't exactly shy on the action. And furthermore, even if women in action movies isn't as common as you'd like it to be, there is the whole entire romantic comedy / chick flick genre thing. And
I can't think of her name, but the Firefly show, the second in command to Captain Reynolds. Zoe.
There we go. That's and speaking of Nathan Fillion, Kate Beckett from Castle, total badass.
I've seen only clips of it. It looks pretty good, actually.
Castle is actually a really good show, especially if you like mystery, crime, detective type shows.
Right. Also, kind of relating back to Joss Whedon, because that guy is a really, say what you want about him, but he knows how to write.
He does indeed.
Yeah.
Just not when he's picking up the slack from other writers, because he has a very particular style and he doesn't really have the capacity to move beyond it.
Yeah. Natasha Romanoff from the Avengers, like the first two Avengers movies, and also if anyone remembers the show Dollhouse, like Echo.
Yes.
Yeah.
But point being, Elizabeth, wrong. Yes, there are fewer women in action movie roles than men, but that's because it's harder to believe a woman in an action movie role because action movie roles tend to be very labor intensive. But Trinity from The Matrix, Lucy from the movie Lucy,
Ares from John Wick Chapter 2, Ruby Rose played that character, so.
Yes, back when she had a soul, apparently. Because I am not convinced that she has one now that she is playing Batwoman. But anyway, let's continue on and let her make her incredibly fallacious point.
Right. Okay. As some moviegoers were quick to point out on social media, Charlie's Angels bombing doesn't exactly prove men will not go pay to see an action movie driven by women. Earlier this year, the Brie Larson starring Captain Marvel grossed $422.6 million in the U.S. and over $1.1 billion at the worldwide box office.
Despair, abject. Although this reminds me of another entirely female-led franchise that is action-oriented to its core, The Hunger Games, another franchise that was briefly the hottest thing since sliced bread.
Wonder Woman ended its summer 2017 run with $821 million worldwide, but Banks says these female-fronted comic book films are still tied to a large male genre.
Okay, I know we're prone to going, it's not an exclusively male genre, fuck off, but just to play devil's advocate for a second, what do you call the spy genre, Elizabeth? You know, the spy genre, the action movie genre that you explicitly made a movie of just now. Why and how isn't that male genre? Oh wait, it is primarily. That's why when in the 70s they came out with Charlie's Angels, it was a novel concept because women kicking ass in roles usually designated for men wasn't exactly a common thing back then. But incidentally, the original Charlie's Angels kicked ass. And the 2000s movies were extremely campy, but they also kicked ass in the weird late 90s, early 2000s way that movies tended to back then.
Yeah,
So if your complaint, my darling, is movies only are successful when they're within the context of male genre, well, you made a movie in the context of male genre and it bombed horribly.
right.
Would it once again be that you made a shitty movie?
Right. Plus, if you want to see, well, I've written a few. Uh, I've done a few videos on my other channel, Brainstorm Pop Culture, where I've written female characters. Arguably, you could say that they're better than most.
I would go so far as to say that don't mind Brainstormer's self-depreciative ways.
I might need to see a therapist about that.
Maybe, but really, dude, you just need to look at yourself and try to be objective instead of noticing every conceivable little flaw you have.
But anyway, I recently did a video on Batwoman, kind of rewriting the character and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if anyone's seen it or not. So,
I haven't gotten a chance to watch it yet,
right.
but I am going to.
Yeah, but mostly you write female characters as just characters themselves. Like the most obvious example I can think of for like a female character just being written as a character was Ripley from Aliens. That
Yes, and Ripley was a badass no matter which gender she was.
Well, she was originally written as a male character, but I think Ridley Scott said that he wanted to uh, make it a female character because there weren't a lot of women in that genre at the time. So
Yeah, and you can make arguments as to whether that's a reasonable reason to make a character gender switch. In fact, in most cases, I would say not. But regardless, she kicked all of the ass.
Yeah, my thing is like if you do a gender switch character, because I've actually done that a few times in the past. It's more of, do you think it adds something or not, or does it really matter if they're a dude or a chick if it's a well
Yeah,
written
and here's the other thing. Ripley had many, many, many flaws. Something that female characters, when inserted unorganically, are very rarely allowed to have because it's in, because in the framework that these people are working in, because there are so few female characters, every female character needs to be a surrogate for all women and therefore cannot possibly fuck up or have any distinguishing qualities, because that would mean that certain women won't be able to empathize with them, and that would be bad. That's why so many female characters are blank fucking slates that nobody gives a fuck about.
Right. So I'm gonna bring up another example. And I've harped on this series before, obviously, Ruby, right?
Yes.
But earlier seasons, the characters, while they weren't incredibly written, they at least had their own personalities that I could latch on to.
Mm-hmm.
There is a character called Weiss who is like a play on Snow White.
Hmm.
Yeah, because the Ruby series did take a lot of inspiration from classical fairy tales.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and effectively, the the character of Weiss was interesting to me off the bat because she's a prissy bitch. She grew up in high society and stuff, but she had a kind of tortured home life with her father being a controlling businessman who wanted his children to basically be like him when they took over, ruthless and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And she is constantly trying to break out of that mold.
Mm-hmm.
You could say that it's her character's kind of gotten fucked over in seasons later, but the initial thing was clear cut on her journey, a path of carving out her own legacy and living up to one,
Mm-hmm.
which I liked immensely.
Yes.
Plus, she came from a very family of cold, unemotional people.
Mm-hmm.
And when she actually became emotional, it was very powerful.
Hmm.
So, yeah. So my point is, I think that character could still work even if it was a dude.
Yes. It would probably be different if it were a dude, but it would still work.
Universal concepts, it's a thing,
Yeah,
right? Shall we move on?
we shall.
Right. Okay. They'll go and see a comic book movie with Wonder Woman and Captain Marvel because that's a male genre. Banks told The Sun. So even though those are movies about women, they put them in the context of feeding the larger comic book world. So it's all about, yes, you're watching a Wonder Woman movie, but we're setting up three other characters, or we're setting up just like that has nothing to relate to the male genre.
And also, sweetheart,
There's no
I hate to break it to you, but Wonder Woman rights made more than Justice League, both domestically and worldwide. So your hypothesis is fucked. Moreover, you can make that argument with Captain Marvel because largely the only reason why Captain Marvel was successful was because it was sandwiched between Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame and set up a new character who was supposed to play a relatively pivotal role in that movie.
which
But
didn't.
no, she didn't. But that was the marketing they were going with. But Wonder Woman takes place several decades before any of the events of Batman v Superman or the events of Justice League, is a period piece movie, and her entire race is entirely made of females. So
Is it really a race?
well, it was crafted by the gods specifically to be a race of warrior women. So
Okay.
I'm not arguing with the DC Universe equivalent of the Greek gods.
Well, no,
So
I just thought they're technically human still, aren't they?
well, at least according to the myths, they were originally molded from clay by Zeus. So
Okay, I didn't know that, so I was just
yeah, that's actually Diana's origin in the comics. She prays her mother prays to Zeus. Zeus essentially brings down a lump of magical clay, and then depending on the origin, she either uh, sculpts Diana herself or Zeus and um, Zeus and Hippolytus sculpt her together. And sometimes it's Ares and sometimes it's Hades, but either way, she's a demigoddess sculpted almost entirely from clay.
okay.
She is essentially a golem in the comics.
That is really cool. Right. Yeah, and I liked Wonder Woman as a character, though I do think I have problems with that movie, and I do think the character arc of Diana is kind of weird.
Mostly because Zack Snyder decided to step in at the last minute and fuck up the ending.
Yeah. Again, I did do a rewrite of Wonder Woman. Again, not saying mine is better. It's just it had a clear cut character arc where she learns that it's not always about being a warrior. Sometimes you have to be a protector.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I had it.
Which is less of an upgrade, but then again, the movie was already pretty good to begin with.
Yeah. I had it. Well, I did have it set during modern times, but in like I think southern or like Eastern Africa.
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, that honestly has no connection to what she's saying about male genre, and I'm obviously using air quotes, by the way.
Yeah, because there's nothing particular about comic book movies that make them an explicitly male genre that wouldn't also apply to the kind of spy action movies that Elizabeth Banks actually just made.
Yeah. By the way, I'm happy for those characters to have box office box office success. Banks adds, but we need more women's voices supported with money because that's the power. The power is in the money.
You mean like, I don't know, Patty Jenkins? Because Wonder Woman was basically her baby until Zack Snyder completely fucked up the ending. But that's neither here nor there.
Um, yeah, Patty Jenkins is really. I liked her work. I'm very interested to see Wonder Woman 84. Though I don't know, some of the promotion has me a little iffy. Some of the promotional material had me a little iffy.
What about it?
I don't know, the weird armor Wonder Woman had in like that one poster.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's similar to some of her comic armor, so I'm not going to complain about it. And also, it does solve the issue of her armor in the first movie didn't really cover much, and that's a bit of a problem when armor is necessary to cover things.
Okay, that is fair. I don't know. It didn't look. I mean, yeah, you could make the argument that the original armor didn't have like much protection, but it had a style to it, and I don't think this new one has like a style, the style of the original armor, I guess.
Then again, we haven't seen it in motion or anything yet, so
Right, yeah. That's true, that's fair.
I think that the purpose of that armor is to turn her more into a tank,
Okay.
which I can understand why it wouldn't work, but I, of all the problems that I have with movies, the occasional weird design choice super high up on the list.
Well, maybe that's just me. I'm kind of a designer and stuff, so
I yes, I know you are very particular about basically everything in the context of the story, particularly where it pertains to characters.
yeah. Okay. In the second interview before the film's opening weekend, the Wall Street Journal Banks defended her decision to make another Charlie's Angels movie. The last Charlie's Angel film starred Cameron Diaz, Drew Barrymore, and Lucy Liu, and were released in 2002 and 2003. Banks' Angel stars Kristen Stewart, Naomi Scott, and Ella Balascan. Scott.
Boleska, I believe is how you pronounce it.
Baleska. Okay. Sorry, I mispronounced that name. I'm not good with names.
Yeah, names should be pronounceable if they want to be pronounced correctly.
Yeah. Okay. You've had 37 Spider-Man movies and you're not complaining, Banks said. I think women are allowed to have one or two action franchises every 17 years. I feel totally fine with that. Okay.
Okay, but love. This franchise already had women in it many, many, many times over. B, have you not noticed the tendency of Hollywood of late to take something that previously had a mixed cast or men in it and convert it primarily to women? Have you not have you been not paying attention for that entire trend? Because just like the week before your movie came out, another movie came out. That movie was Terminator Dark Fate. And that movie was very, very, very feminized. So apparently Hollywood agrees with you and is trying to give damn near every franchise to women. And you're looking at that and saying, we shouldn't have to co-op all the male franchises. You should just give us all of them for free. Well, I'm sorry, my darling, but that's not how anything works. You need to make good content. And then when you make good content, people will show the fuck up.
All right.
In the same way that the Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie was shit. But when it was changed to the original vision of Joss Whedon, everyone loved it for the majority of the 90s and the majority of the 2000s.
I was also a big fan of Angel, the spinoff show. Mainly Angel.
I didn't like Angel as much. It was a little bit too procedural for me, but it's still a good show. Although she would probably accuse you of misogyny for saying that the version that starred a male character was better.
Oh, for fuck's sake! One of my favorite characters was Fred. Winifred, you know,
Mm-hmm.
intelligent and kooky,
Yes.
like me.
Hmm?
Intelligent and weird, like me.
Yes.
Cordelia is like maybe my fourth or fifth favorite character.
Yeah, I don't think anyone likes Cordelia very much because
No, she got a lot of development in Angel. She became a better person by the end.
she did, but she was still Cordelia, and Cordelia is a bit of a bitch.
Yeah, the bitch of Sunnydale, and she owns that fact. Or is it Queen of Sunnydale?
Although to be fair, as much as I enjoy her as the bitch archetype, I think Faith and Drusilla were both better bitches on Buffy.
Oh yeah, Fate
And
was
then of course, Glory, who was probably the quintessential mean girl prom queen archetype.
mm-hmm. Lorne. I liked Lorne a lot.
There were so many awesome female characters in Buffy.
Well, Lorne was a dude, but he was like a demon.
No, yeah, I know. I'm just saying there were so many awesome female characters in Buffy.
Yeah. I have to admit, I did like Xander too.
Although, as I'm sure with every uh fan of Buffy, at some point you get familiar with the phrase "shut the fuck up, Xander," because there are a lot of moments where you just want to make Xander go in the corner and cry, like, "No, Xander, don't touch anything. Go away. You will only fuck it up."
I kind of know how that feels, so that's kind of why I like him. Also, he's just funny, and I like when he. I think he was like a major source of comedy.
Well, yeah, Xander is likable and awesome, and he has a lot of badass moments. Like, when Buffy is ungrateful for Riley and he basically puts her in her place for it. Probably his best moment. Closely followed by the saving Dark Willow moment.
Mhm. Also, he got though for being like a nerd, or not a nerd, but like kind of a loser. He got a
Mhm.
lot of girls. Granted, they were demons, and most of them tried to kill him or eat him.
Well, I mean, when your two best friends in the whole world are the Slayer and one of the most powerful witches on the Western Hemisphere, um, you're going to unfortunately be and your town of adolescence is the seat of a Hellmouth. Things are gonna get weird like that from time to time.
I know, but he still got game.
Well, yeah, and of course there was Anya, who is also awesome.
Yeah, the bunny thing was funny as hell.
Hmm. Oh yes, the buddies, it must be buddies.
Yeah,
Oh God, Anya never changed.
yeah, she died in the end though.
Don't they all? All the good characters.
Yeah.
And then the comics happened and things got really confusingly convoluted.
Okay. Wait, hold on. I need to. Yeah. Okay. Wait.
But for the record, you're nothing like Xander, and I can't imagine anyone telling you to fuck off and go in the corner.
Me?
Hmm?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
I said, for the record, don't think I didn't catch your little self-depreciation there. I don't think you're much like Xander in the like negative sense of fuck off and go in the corner.
Mm, okay, that's fair. I probably wouldn't take that line down.
You're you would probably end up getting the bat and beating the
Well,
shit out
okay.
of
Okay.
them.
If anything, I'm a mixture of Xander and Spike.
Yeah, I think you probably got a little bit of Riley in you too there.
Don't know a lot about Riley. He was like that commando guy, right?
He was essentially the rebound guy after Angel left for Buffy. Only he was too human for her, and um, she kept needlessly emasculating him, and he felt useless.
Uh,
And then he wanted to be found useful, so he kept finding extremely destructive ways to power himself up, and then she had a bitch moment, and Xander had to put her straight for it. And then she lost him because suffering and self-indulgent bullshit.
all right. Banks added she
God
was,
damn it, that show was so fucking awesome.
yeah. Again, Joss Whedon might
Moving
be
on.
kind of a, yeah, Joss Whedon might be kind of a dick, but he knows how to write.
He knows how to do one particular type of story very, 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 very well. He's fucked if he reaches beyond that one particular kind of story, but he's very good at that one particular kind of story.
Yep. All right. Banks added she was interested in launching a big franchise driven by women characters because that's often not the case in Hollywood. Being in a big franchise allows you to have it all, she said. I recognize the same thing. It's almost unfair to women. The best roles are usually in small movies, but then you don't make any money. It's okay to want to make money. Okay.
Okay, so in other words, Elizabeth, you are being incredibly opportunistic. You want the money and the power and the hookers and the blow, but you don't really have a very good idea of how to get there. Well, that might be the cut and parcel of your problem there, darling. Because if you make something in the hopes that it will be successful without any passion or creativity to it, it's not going to be successful. Because this is art and those things are kind of required. If you start with a good idea and make it well, a la, things like Joker, then you might find, especially if you're dealing with a franchise that people have heard of before, that you are very, 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 very successful. But if you take a franchise that people love, have absolutely no idea what you're doing with it, and just put in whatever inputs you want to put in there, then you're not going to be successful because you're coming at it from the perspective of an opportunist, not a creative.
Case in
And
point.
there's your problem.
Case in point. Case in point example is. Well, tell me if this sounds familiar. Ba 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 ba. I'll give you 3 guesses.
Let's see. Batwoman?
Nope.
Supergirl?
Nope. One guess left.
I concede. I don't know. Either because you were off key or because I'm just not very good at recognizing themes.
Star Wars.
Oh, of course. The way you sang it made me think it was the Batman theme.
Oh, sorry. I'm not a good singer.
Yeah, you are. It's just it's hard to mimic like the rhythm of a tune without any like instrument or anything.
And now I can see why you got Supergirl, or at least like the Superman theme.
Yeah, like my first guess was is that one of the Batwoman themes or is that a Supergirl theme was my guess.
Well, so Batwoman has a more techno feel, and I can't. There's no way I can
Improvise that?
yeah, not improvise. Impersonate that. No, not impersonate.
Imitate?
Imitate. Thank you. God, I cannot. I'm a little groggy. I got up around 6 today.
Ah. Okay.
Well, I just you guys ever have that where you decide to take a nap and then you just wake up like hours later?
Yes. It's one of the reasons why I avoid napping, because I've figured out that napping causes me to get really sleep deprived because I'll accidentally sleep too much when I'm napping and then not be able to sleep later on when I need sleep.
It's weird for me. I know off topic, but still, Star Wars is kind of tying it back to Banks, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
don't worry, we're gonna cover a lot of Star Wars when we actually review the movie. I'll even after Last Jedi came out, I was working on a rewrite, but it's taken me too long because I was actually writing out the whole script for the movie.
Well, in fairness to you, that's basically what you'd have to do to fix the damn thing. So
Well, I planned out the whole trilogy myself, actually, so I know where it ends and all. So I'll just go over the bullet points for that when we get there next month. So,
fascinating.
yeah.
Oh right, shit, that does come out in less than a month. Damn, this year is moving quickly.
Yeah. All right. Where were we? Unless you have anything else to add before we move on with this.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Well, I could say that I mean, like, it's not a bad idea to have a franchise of female leads. Sure, fine, but again, you have to make it to where the characters aren't just female characters; that they're characters themselves. They're people.
Yes. And if you're going to write female characters, it probably behooves you also to make sure they're not feminist characters, i.e., they shouldn't fill in a very narrow ideological construct of womanhood. They should be organic, autonomous beings as far as fictional characters can be that.
Again, self plug here. My main channel, Brainstorm Pop Culture, has a video where I wrote like a superhero team of female characters, all varying degrees of characters.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually a video that came out of a discussion we had for a podcast.
Yeah, we did, I think.
Yeah, it was. We were talking about like Brie Larson wanting to direct and star in A Force movie.
And I remember that being very, very groan worthy.
Yeah. So, oh, by the way, my that video is called Brainstormer Pitches the Apex. If you guys want to check that out on my other channel.
Yes, go and watch his things. Because the more people who watch his things, the less I'm going to have to convince him that he's not awful every 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. When IndieWire recently asked Banks she was concerned about what? Fuck's sake.
Sentence structure, human being, sentence structure.
If she was concerned about the reaction of trolls who might balk at her feminist-leaning action movie, she was succinct. Charlie's Angels has always been about women, and the DNA of it is about women working together on this team, she said.
Yes, so why, my darling, did you feel the need to up the feminism quotient of something you admitted is already pretty female empowering?
You know, if it was me, and like it was going to be a quote-unquote reboot, I would have done it. See, in a way, it would have been both a reboot and a kind of sequel, kind of like Creed, if you remember that movie.
Yeah.
Where it's like the older generation, because I remember watching this video about like those type of sequels, kind of slash soft reboots.
Yeah.
Where essentially the idea is it focuses on time, like time for all the characters or how times change and
Yes.
eras move on.
Life goes on, and the times they are a changing.
Yeah. So for me, if I were to make a Charlie's Angels movie, most likely it would be basically like kind of the original Charlie's Angels group would kind of be training or teaching a newer generation who are kind of reflective of like the kind of modern female people or mindset, I guess.
Yeah.
But not like the crazy feminist stuff, obviously. It's just like how someone grows up in like modern times compared to
Essentially kind of Charlie's Angels meets Totally Spies.
yeah. and the Totally Spies actually grow to be actual working adults instead of just idiotic girls. I think that came out wrong.
I didn't mind Totally Spies. Yes, some of the characters were a little bit vapid, but it was an interesting concept for a show.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. It's just I did think sometimes they came off as kind of annoying valley girls, which I understand that's what
Well,
they were.
specifically Clover and Alex. Sam not so much because she was the level-headed smart one for the most part.
Yeah. So for me, I think it would just be like the Totally Spies kind of characters. They would kind of grow up, obviously, For those characters, it'd be growing up, while for the original Charlie's Angels characters, they'd be retiring. They'd have to realize that they're getting old.
I just had an interesting thought of a female franchise that would probably break the bank and would be awesome. Recently, we saw the Halloween sequel where essentially Laurie Strode kicked all the ass, and Terminator Dark Fate, of course, featured an older Sarah Connor kicking all the ass. So what about a Laurie Strode meets Sarah Connor movie? And hell, throw Alien from Ripley in there. Time travel's involved. You could always say that Ripley came from another possible future.
Interesting. Yeah, that work.
There's your feminist Charlie's Angels there.
Yeah. So yeah, just make good stuff, honestly.
Yeah, this has become a cliche meme from me for the most part, but merit, motherfuckers, do you speak it?
Yeah, I gotta memorize Joel's passage from the Bible.
You will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
Upon you.
He says thee in the movie.
I thought he said you.
No, he says thee.
Huh. Okay. But where were we? We are not treading in a male space, and I think that's one of the big differences between these two things.
Again, spy movies and action movies very much by your own criteria a male space, and have very often been a male space. That's why Charlie's Angels is unique, because in Charlie's Angels it's women doing it.
Let's think of some female-led spy movies, that are good, obviously.
Let's see. Atomic Blonde was pretty good.
Yeah.
Red Sonja.
I haven't seen that.
Wait,
is that a spy movie?
I think.
Wait, isn't Red Sonja like a fantasy comic?
Yeah, but they used the name for something else recently in movies.
No, you're thinking of like I think it's Redbird or something.
Something like that.
It had Jennifer Lawrence in it, right?
I think so.
Yeah, she was playing like a Russian spy. I know what you're talking about.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith was very much a spy movie crossed with a romantic comedy or a romantic drama. Let's see, other female-led spy movie. You could, I suppose, at a stretch, put Hoodwink in there, because they were technically the fairy tale equivalent of spies by the end.
I know it's not female-led, but it has like pretty memorable and pretty cool female characters, even more than the main male character, Kingsman, Secret Service.
Yes.
Right.
Red and Red 2 both had Helen Mirren.
Oh yeah.
Kicked ass.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. Though granted, I think my favorite character in there was John Malkovich in those movies.
I liked in Red 2 when they brought in Anthony Hopkins, but that's mostly because Anthony Hopkins can do no wrong.
Right, right. Well, John Malkovich, he's awesome. So
Yes. And as previously stated, I absolutely adore Helen Mirren as well,
yeah, so
who is still attractive despite being in her 70s or 80s.
wait, she's in her 70s. I thought she was at least in her 50s.
No, she's much older than that. I don't know if she's in her 70s, 80s, or 90s, but she's in one of those three.
Huh?
I know she doesn't look a day over about 55, but
Yeah.
she is in her golden years.
Cool. All right. But yeah, our point being is that there are a lot of female characters that kick ass that aren't like overly preachy bitches.
Yeah, and don't need to go, I can do anything a man can do every 5 minutes.
Yeah. Um, I don't
One of
know.
the first lines of Charlie's Angels is literally women can do anything.
Are we talking original or reboot?
No, in the new one, like one of the first lines out of the mouth of I think it's Kristen Stewart's character is women can totally do anything,
Okay.
which is the very definition of on the nose writing for one thing.
Yep. I don't know. I'm less concerned about that. Of course, those trolls are horrifying, but I challenge them to get up and make a fucking movie action. Jesus Christ, fucking action movie. I welcome any of them into my realm.
Sweetheart, Todd Phillips would like a word with you because that very kind of anti-feminist movie that he just made that just made like $1 billion or so um on like a budget that's like only 10 million more than the budget you had. He would like a word with you, I would imagine.
Uh,
Lol.
I do have to ask, Dawn, since you did watch it, and I'm sorry you did.
I pirated it just for
I
the
know,
sake of
I
saying
know,
that.
but I know you pirated it. I still feel sorry that you did watch it.
Yeah, that's roughly 2 hours that I'm not getting back of my life, but oh well.
Yeah. So my question is, since it's a quote unquote action movie, how's the action?
It's fairly standard. There are a few car chases, some explosions,
Is there
a
any
few,
is there any creativity in the action scenes or?
no, you could just about swap it for the action of any other action movie released this year.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Another question. For like, are there any hand to hand scenes?
there are a couple. They usually revolve around the Angels kicking the ass of people who are like 3 times their size, which makes it kind of annoying, but oh well.
Well, for one thing, that can work. It's just you gotta be creative in those settings and fights.
Right, but it's usually not down to creativity. It's usually down to haha, cartoonish push, and then the person is knocked out.
Yeah, so much for a fucking action movie.
Yeah, it's not good. It's very not good. It's and it's not even interestingly bad. It's just profoundly mediocre, and that's honestly kind of worse. I feel sorry for Elizabeth Banks because I know this was her passion project and everything, but there's nothing there. I it feels as though I sat in front of my phone feeling cold air waft over my face for the equivalent length of time I watched the movie.
If I was doing an action movie, I'd be taking a lot of inspiration from like movies like The Raid, Old Boy, maybe a little bit of
The
Jason
Raid
Bourne.
kicks all of the ass. Also John Wick, because in a post
Yeah,
John Wick world, you can't really make an action movie without taking some cues from John Wick, because that's just how you do action scenes.
yeah. Though when I watched a video called CGI Artist React, they did make a point to say that the effects for like the gunshots and stuff weren't as good. So, but that's just a little right there.
Well, but also you could make the argument that it was supposed to be like stylized, because in the John Wick movies in particular, especially the sequels, things get more and more stylized as they go. It's one of the reasons I like the John Wick franchise, because I'm not one for like a standard action movie usually. Like it has to be something more interesting for me to care. But with the stylization of the John Wick movies, I can at least know that I'm gonna see some amazing visuals whilst I'm at it.
Right. Again, just for me, like if I'm directing a fight scene, which I actually did for one film project, I did, but it was crap. It was utter shit, and I'm not trying to be self-deprecating. I'm just that.
No, no, I can buy that. If it was like for a class you were taking, it probably was pretty shit.
Again, I'm
But
like I'm
I
like
I
16 or
also I
something.
also would like to point out that everyone's was probably shit by any kind of objective standard. So don't beat yourself up for it.
I mean,
Everyone makes
I'm
something
not
shit
working with
every now and then.
yeah, I'm also not working with professional fight choreographers and stuff, so can't exactly allow them to get hurt or something.
True.
Yeah, fucking pussies. Like I did some stunts and stuff. I almost well my I bruised my knees when I had to like do a fall.
Damn.
Yeah, because I'm actually willing to work on my own fight scenes and stuff. Like actually do fighting for myself.
Funny thing about me is I have an inordinately high pain tolerance. I don't know if it's because like my nerves are more numb than most people, or if it's just I don't give a fuck. But oftentimes I'll accidentally skin my knee and not notice until there's literally a trail of blood trailing behind me on the floor. It's gotten to the point where my mom yells at me now if she sees me bleeding. She doesn't even react to me bleeding. She's just like, "Why didn't you notice you were bleeding?" Which can be kind of annoying sometimes, but it's also funny.
I'm sorry, I'm a little tense right now. I just heard that. I'm picturing that and just made my blood run cold.
Uh,
It's weird. I like slasher movies, yet the sight of blood just gets me. Like actually in front of me, like the sight of blood actually in front of me, that it gets to me.
it's not bad if it's my own blood, but if it's someone else's blood, it's a little bit
Not even
icky.
my own blood. Like when I donated blood and stuff, I'm right. Okay, so finishing this out with its $8.6 million opening, it's unlikely Charles Angels is the franchise startup Banks envisioned. The film is now playing nationwide. No one cares.
Not for much longer. Notice that Joker is still in theaters 2 months later, which is something not common, and Charlie's Angels probably going to be out of theaters by next week, or actually probably in 2 more weeks, because Hollywood always takes a break in between Thanksgiving and Christmas, because of course Christmas is when all the movies start coming out, which to me never really made sense, because I get if it's like a holiday related movie or something, but for those 2 weeks in between November and December, post Thanksgiving, can you not put some of the less common ones in there to see if they're bite worthy? Because like everyone always made fun of like January and February until like Deadpool came out, and then all of a sudden it's not a big deal anymore. And everyone always called October kind of a dumping ground for everything but horror, and then Joker happened, so I don't think that's going to happen anymore. So it's becoming increasingly obvious you can open a movie virtually anywhere as long as it's a good enough movie that people want to see. You're good. And now we wait for the next article to load. Do 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 do.
It is loaded. So this was so this was one I found, Inverse. By Inverse, we've covered a few. This is by Trez Dean. It was uploaded on November 14th, 2019. Sorry, but X-Men the animated series has always been garbage. Search your feelings, you know it to be true is the tagline for the article.
Okay, fuck you for mixing franchises for one thing. And also fuck you because X-Men franchise, the X-Men franchise in the movies has been shit for a bloody long time, but the X-Men cartoon is still one of the greatest animated series of the 90s.
Right. So I actually pulled up a video clip, for example, but I will play that after we've gotten some reading done.
Yeah.
Though, okay, I will give some credit that obviously it's a little campy, but again, that's for the 90s and just the cartoons, obviously, and it was for a cartoon for Saturday mornings.
And it was an adaptation of comics from the 60s, so...
Of course it's going to be a little campy. That doesn't mean it's not good or amazing.
Yeah, and the animation style was a bit chunky, especially compared to things like Batman the Animated Series or the DC Animated Universe, but it's still better than 90% of what was on TV at the time. So...
And probably today.
Yeah.
Right.
Barring something like Netflix's Castlevania, most things now are.
Well, I'm talking on networks, like actual networks, because it was on a network.
Yeah, I don't even know any network TV shows that can hold a candle to 90s X-Men now, animation wise. The animation style has degraded to hell, and it's annoying.
Damn you, CalArts. Granted, without CalArts, we would have not gotten Alex Hirsch, who created Gravity Falls.
Or as much as people have mixed feelings about it, I like Steven Universe, especially now that they've cut down on the filler significantly.
Yeah,
because that was the biggest problem with it, was the stupid towny filler that I didn't care about. But the more they got into broader mythology, the more I liked it. But incidentally, aside from Steven Universe, what the fuck has happened to Action Tunes?
I don't know.
Because again, aside from something like anime or Netflix's Castlevania, there are hardly any action-oriented cartoons anymore, and it annoys the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I wish they would have brought back at least a couple, like the 2011 Thundercats.
Was that late? I thought it was like 2004 that the new thing. No, you're right. It was the reboot of He-Man that was 2002.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that on YouTube, the He-Man one. Now, I watched the Thundercats one when it came out in 2011. God, I was like 10 or 11 when it came out.
Yeah, because you were born in 2000, right?
1999.
Ah, so yeah, you
Well,
would have been you would have been 11 or 12 when that came out.
that was a good ass show. I actually made a
You-
video. I made a video talking about it after I had seen like the trailer for Thundercats Roar.
Oh God.
It's the first and only video of Brainstormer Rages.
Yeah, we're gonna have to review that.
I thought it was
Maybe.
canceled.
Did they cancel it
I
before
don't
it?
know. I haven't heard anything about it.
I think they're still animating it. God help us.
Fuck's sake. Okay, back to this article. Goddamn. All right. Nothing clouds judgment like nostalgia. That is the first sentence of the article.
Okay, to be fair, yes, but nostalgia just means finding value in things from the past.
Yeah. Okay. Again, kind of giving you credit. There are points where nostalgia does cloud someone.
Nostalgia can lead to an excess of passion, and that can blind you because large amounts of emotion can blind anybody. But
Yeah.
in general, when people are nostalgic for something, it's because that thing was at least good enough to be memorable. And given how few things in this day and age are at least good enough to be memorable, aside from the things that we just listed, I would also throw Adventure Time in there, because that show's awesome too. Um, there really aren't memorable things anymore, and the more time goes on, the more distorted the things we actually cared about as kids are. You need look no further than the new Ben 10 series, or before that, Omniverse, to confirm that.
I'm okay with Omniverse. I mean, like I know its issues and all. It's just
It has its moments of being good. I'm not gonna bash on it too much because that was kind of like the transition phase between Action Tunes and Cal Art style, but
I
still,
again like I know its problems. I just
it's by far and away the weakest of the Ben 10 franchise aside from the reboot.
yeah.
That's an interesting proposition, ranking the Ben 10 franchise.
We'll have to do that at some other time. You know.
Yeah, that seems like something we could do for soliloquy one of these days.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
All right. Having enjoyed a piece of pop culture as a kid makes it so much easier to grade on a curve when you revisit it years down the line. Okay.
Okay.
There is admittedly an undeniable purity in the enthusiasm of a young audience. Eh.
I don't know, but especially in the 90s, the thing we liked about our media was it treated kids more like adults.
Well, it just
Like
treated an audience.
yeah, most of the awesome shit from the 90s was awesome specifically because it wasn't just kid stuff. I mean, you've got the Paul Dini, Bruce Timm DC animated universe. You've got
Gargoyle.
X-Men. You've got Gargoyles. You've got Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. You've got Courage. You've got Invader Zim. Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Goosebumps.
Goosebumps. Did I say Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy already?
Yes.
Okay, Ed, Edd n Eddy even had its moments of being intelligent beyond its years. Danny Phantom, Generator Rex, the Ben 10 franchise, so on and so like the reboots of He-Man and Thundercats were fucking amazing.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
If only She-Ra
Um,
was.
yeah. We were the generation that grew up on anime and Toonami, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Oh,
So
the 2003 and maybe even the 2012 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series.
I would say the 2003 one more,
Probably,
but yeah,
probably, but
The 2012 one has its moments. It's softened a little bit more than I would like.
Yeah, I can understand that. I did like the spin-offs from the 2003 one too, like Fast Forward,
Yeah, the fast forward, and then the
Back to the
capstone was Turtles Forever.
Back to the Sewers.
Oh,
Then
that's right. There was another series in the middle there. Yeah.
back when 4Kids was on the CW.
Yeah.
God, that feels like forever ago.
We had awesome childhoods. I feel sorry for the kids that grow up now.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, our point being is the things that we enjoyed as children were because the shows didn't treat us as children.
There was no hand holding for kids in the 90s. It was you're smart enough to get this, so get on board.
Yeah.
And you know what? The majority of our generation got the fuck on board because kids are smart. This is something. This is a broader point that I'll get back on track at some point, I'm sure. But I hate treating kids like kids, if that makes any sense. Because kids are a lot smarter on average than you give them credit for. Are there some kids who aren't ready for certain things? Sure. But most kids are sponges and they will absorb whatever data you give them. It reminds me a lot of one of my favorite movies growing up, the movie Matilda. A lot of people, I'm sure, would have condemned her to just generic sort of Barbie and that sort of thing, little girl stuff. But she was the kind of bookish, weird kid that liked to read encyclopedias and shit in her off hours. And speaking as one of those weird kids who my thing when I was like 9 to 11 was physics books. I didn't like to read until my aunt's boyfriend at the time lent me one of his college physics books, and for some reason that clicked way more with me than the stuff we were forced to read as kids. So yeah, kids on average are smarter than you give them credit for, and if you give them adult information to process, they will process it. And yes, that will kind of turn them into mini adults, but hey, if kids are allowed to grow up quickly, then that means that adults won't have to put away their childish things nearly as much because their things won't be childish to begin with.
Star Wars: The Clone Wars.
Another awesome show, yes.
And Samurai Jack, things that again didn't treat kids as kids.
Yeah, it didn't treat kids like kids trademark. It treated kids like people who are smart enough to understand what they're watching.
Yeah.
Hell, Clone Wars had a three episode arc where one of the big plot points was witchcraft and necromancy.
Mm-hmm.
God damn, I love the Night Sisters this is a lot of fanboying over 90s and early 2000s cartoon shit, but damn if it doesn't deserve it.
Also, kind of like one of the later seasons before it got canceled. Ahsoka, right? The bombing Jedi Temple arc.
Mm-hmm.
It dealt with terrorism. It dealt with the politics and the corruption of
yeah. And speaking of, ours was the generation that from the age of about 4 or 5 had to deal with 9/11 existing. So fuck your hand holding. And fuck your assumption that kids need the hand holding. It's a slightly different point, but that seems to be the auspices behind most of this is kids are too stupid to objectively judge the quality of things, Herder.
Speaking of which, shall we continue?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kids approach pop culture devoid of pretense, but the divide between something as eternally resonant as Harry Potter and as cash-grabby as the Angry Birds movie, which sadly made enough money to warrant a sequel, is vast. I didn't go.
Fuck. Of all the examples you could have gone with to demonstrate material that is universal and resonates with all people, you go with Potter. Really? Not Avatar, not Batman the Animated Series, or any of the DC Animated Universe movies, not Ben 10, not any of the other examples we've already listed. You go with Potter as something unchildish and universal. I can't even. And this is the woman or the person who is going to sit here and lecture us about how X-Men wasn't that good.
I mean, hey,
Oh boy.
even the series that came after were still pretty good. X-Men Evolution and Wolverine in the X-Men.
Wolverine and the X-Men was awesome.
We should have gotten a fucking season 2.
We should have gotten a season 2. Hell, it would have featured Apocalypse, and it would have been better than the actual X-Men Apocalypse movie. Also, it was the only show, to my knowledge, that actually introduced Emma Frost and did her correctly.
Yeah.
Again, the late 90s and early 2000s was a hell of a time to grow up, kids.
Well, also late 2000s.
Well, yeah, the transitionary period between about 2010 and 2013 was pretty good too. And then everything changed when they attacked. I don't need to explain why me and every other late 90s, early 2000s kid can't help but make that joke. Because Avatar kicked all of the ass.
I've never seen the Angry Birds movie, but I guess it's not as great because, well, again, it's like it's the trailers and stuff didn't really grab me, and I never really cared about Angry Birds.
It was okay. It was made about 6 years later than it probably should have been the appropriate trend, but it was okay. It wasn't entirely insufferable. I enjoyed the characters and how they were angry about various things.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't shy away from people having justified anger, which I enjoyed, because I thought the lesson of the movie was don't be angry, or would have been don't be angry, but in actuality it was more like people suck, so you're justified in being angry.
Huh.
And I can get behind that message.
Right. The unfortunate reality is that a great deal of entertainment that caters to Young Justice, Teen Titans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Again, in the late 90s and early 2000s, there was a lot of awesome shit that carried through into the mid 2000s.
Yeah.
And then promptly died when these anti-art fuckwits got their hands on every fucking thing, apparently.
Yeah. The unfortunate reality is that a great deal of entertainment that caters to young audiences does so lazily.
Okay, sure, but
Today, I would say a lot today, but things back then. Yeah, don't get me wrong. There are things back then that did so lazily, but
yeah. But here's the thing: the reason you don't remember them is because nobody watched those. The ones that pandered, most of the time people ignored, because again, when you're a kid, you want to be treated with respect and not pandered to. Kids might not have the word pandering, but they can certainly sense pandering. And some kids do actually have the word pandering, because some kids are bookish and weird. Yo.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though granted, I wasn't much of a bookworm until like late in my elementary years. There was actually a time in my life where I was against reading.
Oh yeah, me too. Like I said, I avoided reading a lot. For one thing, because I have optic nerve damage that makes focusing on certain things really annoying to me.
Hmm.
And often I would use that as an excuse to get people to read things to me because I like the stuff that was in books. I just didn't have the patience to actually suss it out for myself.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, someone gave me a physics book and I was off to the races.
For me, I think I've said this before. It was like a comic that my family had. It was like a '90s Superman comic where he had like a mullet.
Oh, I remember the mullet years. Yep.
It was like Fall of Metropolis or something.
Yep. I
Yeah.
think I still have a couple issues with that,
I
actually.
lost I lost that one, unfortunately. I also didn't
Do
take
you
a
know what do you know what number it was? Actually, maybe I still have it because I have, like I said, I have a couple issues that are still that have him wearing a mullet.
No, it's fine. I got a whole bunch of new collection anyway, so but that was like a comic that helped me get into reading, and then I read some more comics and stuff. And I really started getting into like novels and things, and
Hmm.
here I am now, trying to write my own.
Yes, and doing a bang up job of it before his self depreciation craps all over his dreams again.
Thank you for the compliment.
I'm gonna keep doing it until you learn to do it for yourself.
Okay. Um, Kids may be able to sniff out greatness, but they're just as likely to watch something because it happens to be on. Okay, that's fair, but again, kids are smarter than one would give them credit for.
Yes, and kids have their own opinions, and given and oftentimes they'll stick with the mediocre stuff because they don't know anything else is out there. But once you let them be exposed to the good shit, they spontaneously develop a preference for the good shit because that is how the human psychology do, and that doesn't change just because someone is young.
Like I stopped watching a lot of cartoons today, like even reboots and stuff, because comparable to other things that came before it, it it, it looks bad just from a merit level. Like the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon, Rise of the TMNT.
Yeah.
It looks bad from an animation standpoint, while the others did it pretty well.
Hmm.
Also the characters, from what I remember reading and watch and listening to. God damn.
Yep.
Funny enough, the first video I ever posted on my channel was a idea for a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles story.
Fun.
Yeah, I think it was I know this is off topic, but it's just an interesting idea, and I wish they would do something with this.
Well, no, it's on topic because she opened the can of worms
I
of
actually I don't know if this is a dude or a chick.
what
Tress
hmm,
Trey's Dean.
um that could be either, honestly. I want to say female, but regardless, the androgynous individual who wrote this article brought up 90s um television, so we're nostalgically geeking out over all of the awesome things that were in the 90s and led into the 2000s.
Right. So right, and that's also kind of a plug, obviously, because this was actually back then where I didn't have the editing software, like the editing app on my phone, so I couldn't like put pictures. So I like wore a disguise.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I, I'm
Um,
I'm going to have to seek out that video now just for the lulz.
yeah. A lot of my early videos had that where I like put like a mask on or something, or like a scarf to cover my face and stuff.
Hmm.
I did that even in summer, and it was extremely hot.
Hmm.
Yeah. But how was I going to say? Right. So the idea for this. Teenage Ninja Turtle. I think the title was like TMNT Broken Family.
Okay, I'm on board so far.
Yeah, essentially, the idea was um, essentially Splinter was killed by, I believe, I had the idea of Krang,
Mm-hmm.
and we're kind of following the family a year after Splinter's death, like actual death.
Oh, well, damn.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing how the family is, like the dynamics of the family have changed. Like Leo was supposed to be trying to be Splinter, like the sensei master type.
Because Leo is the preppy who overachieves at everything still. Yeah.
Yeah. Donatello was kind of going to be introverted.
Because Donnie is the nerd, yeah.
Yeah. Michelangelo was kind of going to try and, well, he was growing up. He was still kind of the funny guy, but he's kind of had that edge to him where he was starting to be more mature and stuff.
He's trying to compensate for the lack of authority figure now. Yep.
Yeah. April was kind of trying to be like the big sister motherly figure who was trying to keep them all together.
Because she's sort of the emotional core of the group. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Raph and Casey, they were interesting because they were going to be off on their own, kind of exiling themselves
Mm-hmm.
and kind of just kicking ass of like Purple Dragons and Foot Ninjas and stuff.
Because they're the edgy boys trying to be all tough and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, also because Raph was like, I kind of see him as the most emotional of them all, like the one who cares the most.
But doesn't know how to handle it and therefore tries to compensate by essentially aggression and gur.
Yeah. And Casey is kind of there because I kind of see them as like the brothers.
Well, yeah, and Casey Jones is one of your all-time favorite characters.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah. So
was
but he was also
was it as soon as we started talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I'm like, I wonder what he's gonna do to Casey because I
well,
know how
um,
much you like that character.
yeah. Casey, I think, was also trying to get Raph to come back to the family as well.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I wrote this like 2 or so years ago, so it's been a while. So I haven't really had, I don't really remember much of it. So
Well, the good thing about pre-recorded videos is you can always go back and watch your own video.
yeah, so yeah. So again, that was kind of like my first venture into writing something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, you can see the thing where like I even say it like my favorite part of any story is the characters.
Yes, so much so that it has become a meme.
Yeah. Okay. With the launch of Disney Plus, the opportunity to revisit pop culture relics of generations past is available at the push of a button. Nostalgia trips are going to be in full swing in the coming weeks. Might we recommend Gargoyles? And at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with that, except X-Men the animated series, apparently.
Yeah, you're going to whine about X-Men nonetheless because reasons.
But don't get it twisted. A lot of these shows are very bad, perhaps none more so than X-Men the animated series.
Okay, not good is one thing, but bad? Really?
I wouldn't say
Especially
like, it's not exactly perfect, but it's still enjoyable, and it's
and okay, if we're talking like bottom of the barrel for like late 90s, early 2000s stuff, Captain Planet. Are you honestly going to tell me that X-Men is on par or worse than Captain Planet? Because I will then take you upside the head if you tell me that. Because you clearly have damage to your brain and I need to smack it out of you like they do in cartoons.
I remember watching Captain Planet when we had Boomerang.
I love Boomerang. I wish they still played more older cartoons.
Yeah. Look, let's give some credit where it's due. X-Men the anime series played a huge part in getting an entire generation of kids hooked on the X-Men. It was a vital part of the X-Men boom in the 90s that led to the property becoming one of the biggest pop culture juggernauts of the era. And
Yes.
yeah. We're in no way saying it never should have happened or that it isn't okay to let it hold a special place in your heart.
But you're gonna dump on it for the next foreseeable paragraph anyway.
But the show has not aged well. In fact, it was never all that good to begin with.
Again, fuck you.
All right, so this part of the article, it brings up animation and voice acting and has a clip here um, for reference, of course, which
Mhm.
which I do respect. Not a lot of them would do that.
Yeah, citing your claims is a rare thing around these parts. So
And
yay.
I will bring mine up maybe a little later.
Mhm.
So animation and voice acting. When you remove the nostalgic lenses from your eyes, hold on, let me take off my glasses. I just had to clean them. There was a lot of stuff on them.
Uh-huh.
It's hard not to notice the shoddiness of this entire production.
You
Okay.
mean it was made on the cheap and they tried anyway?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I say the most animation and most work that went in was like the opening.
Oh, speaking of which, can we just talk about the epic nature of that opening?
Yeah, and that's become the iconic theme for the X-Men, right?
I I really, really desperately hope they bring some version of that back when they bring the next movie.
There are actually like some YouTube covers that are like epic orchestral covers, and I will send those to you after the fact.
God damn, that
Oh, hey,
theme is awesome.
so Katano Gaming's here. Hey there. What's this article talking about? Oh, some inverse writer is talking about the X-Men animated series is basically shit.
Yeah, they're dumping on the '90s X-Men because reasons. Because
Yeah.
nothing is sacred under the sun, apparently.
Yep. All right. The animation looks cheap as hell with its depiction of motion being especially lousy. Okay. Again, yeah, it's was done on the cheap, though I will grant you it all even though the animation is bad, I would say the art style is pretty amazing, like matching like somewhat of the comics and stuff.
Yeah, in terms of the actual animation style, though, it's very, very solid. Like,
No,
they,
no,
they're, huh?
animation is the motion. The art style is what it looks like.
Okay, yeah, fair.
Yeah,
But yeah, in terms of the designs, it's very solid. Like, there are more lines in one of their jaws than there is in the entirety of Steven Universe's body.
yeah.
So, lest we forget, lest we forget how far we've fallen before we start calling things from the '90s shit, please.
Mm-hmm. Sokoton Gaming grabs the pitchforks and torches.
I'm not gonna police your reaction because that's probably the appropriate reaction.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little extreme, but that's just me.
Well, but at least it hasn't progressed to tying the writer of this article to a stake yet.
Okay,
But
that's
the night is young. We might get there.
fair. Okay. The character's mouth never seem quite sync up with what they're saying, and it's just unsettling. Okay, that seems like a little bit of a nitpick, but I can understand. Granted,
Yeah,
anime does that too, like dubbing of anime that does it.
yeah, but their mouths don't really move as though they're mouthing words. They move sort of to indicate that they're talking, and that's it.
Okay,
Much
so
like a lot of cheaper animation from the '90s.
right. So I will finish. So we'll finish this part, and then we'll watch what the clip they have.
Mhm.
Okay, sure. It was the '90s and it was TV. Not everything could be Miyazaki. But keep in mind that right around the same time, Bruce Timm and his cohorts were putting out Batman the Animated Series, which to this day stands out as a landmark achievement in visual storytelling. Yeah, but I would assume they have a larger budget and more time.
And there really isn't super amounts of difference between the X-Men art style and the DC animated universe art style. So what
Well,
are you playing at?
I would say the art style, the X Men art style does have a little more real, quote unquote, realistic look to it. Like the characters look more human. Like
Yeah, the DC animated universe was more stylized, sure, but still.
yeah, and not to. I will also say that the Batman animated series, like the early stuff, and maybe even yeah, mostly the early stuff. Before that, like kind of revamping of the style,
Mm-hmm.
it did have a little bit some animation that seemed a little uh, cheap because sometimes
Yeah,
you have to cut corners
but
and
again, of all of the things about a show that matter, the writing, the characters, the story, the arcs, the plot, etc., animation like style is probably the least of anyone's worries. Even art style takes precedence over animation.
yeah. Sure. Oh no, I read that. God damn it. There's also the voice acting to consider. Iconic as some lines may be, I quote Jubilee's, "Don't you know how much this game costs? Yeah, a quarter, once a week." Most of the voice acting only accentuates just how poorly written the dialogue is.
Or they were trying to be all Shakespearean and shit, and it didn't quite fit the tone that you perceived in it. Because
Yeah,
that was how it was most often. They were trying to be dramatic, but they had a very comedic art style, so it didn't always mesh well. But again, speaking as they were on the cheap, this I will forgive entirely, especially because the voice acting fits the characters as well as it possibly could have.
as long as it's not just scribbles, I'm fine with it. Ahsoka Tano Gaming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. There was effort put into it. You can't deny that.
Yes.
Sometimes it just doesn't pay off.
Well, and sometimes it's just we have a weekly show to do and we don't have the resources.
Yeah. Um, there's a good kind of cartoonish voiceover and the bad kind. X Men the animated series has the latter, and it's in the
Okay,
it's a mixed bag. I think.
I'll give her them the opportunity to find their terms. So there.
Actually, that's the end of this part of the article.
Okay, so you're not going to define your terms. Then fuck you, my darling.
So here is a clip from the X Men animated series: the X Men versus the Sentinels. Because this is part of animation voice acting section, we will watch this and see if what they have written here has any merit to it.
Yeah, X banana.
It's 4 minutes long. What the fuck?
Yep, X banana.
Okay. Uh, animate. Again, art style is really good. Animation, it's okay. It's fine. It's nothing special. I mean, yeah, it's not fluid or anything, but it's not like extremely blocky.
Yeah, the writing, character, story, plot, etc. all are more important than this. So yeah. And also accuracy to the comics, which I do think gets a little marginalized, especially for the X-Men, given what they turned the movies into.
Yeah. Do you really think they care? Like the writer cares if it's accurate to the comics?
I'm sure they don't, but that makes them a Philistine and an imbecile, and I do care. So
Right.
yeah.
I know. I was just asking, like, because in context with like what the writer's written and stuff.
Right, I know the writer probably doesn't give a shit, but when you play with this kind of firepower, my darling, you need to be aware of what you're playing with. And you appear to have waltzed in here unprepared for the thrashing that we now must give you for saying stupid shit.
Okay, I'm gonna try and find a scene where there's dialogue. Okay.
X-Banana.
Nightcrawler.
Thanks.
The president has canceled the government support of mutant registration. The Sentinel program may be next. We're moving the operation overseas.
That wasn't bad in terms of voice acting. Is
Yeah, what's supposed to be so bad about that?
it has? I mean, it's not as like. Again, I'm willing to give leniency towards the voice acting, simply on the fact that it's a '90s cartoon, and even like Gargoyles and some other '90s cartoons that Dawn will please.
DC Animated Universe.
Yeah. While they're really amazing, they have some like hokey voice acting that just seems off to me sometimes.
Melodrama.
Yeah.
It's pulpy and it's comics, so of course it's going to be arch and mythological. We're talking about an archy mythological medium there, not archy in terms of the character, archy in terms of having the quality of archness.
Yeah. Sotao Gaming, he's literally playing with fire. I suppose they're talking about the writer of this article.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try and find something else because I assume there's like a scene where the X-Men are talking, because well, they're the main characters, obviously. So.
Yeah. X-Banana.
Yeah. Okay. 1 second. Okay.
All right. Can't those things watch where they're going?
Whatever happened, I hope it keeps those slime balls busy. Time to blow this joint.
Okay, so the dialogue is a bit cheesy, but you know what else was a bit cheesy? Kids in the 90s. So
Yeah, plus, it could infer to Jubilee's character.
yeah.
Like I assume she's like kind of mid-teen, late teens.
Yeah, and she's supposed to be the class clown or the funny one. So being cheesily over the top with her humor is kind of in character for her.
Yeah. So, just for time purposes, we are going to move on.
Yeah, X-Banana.
I meant from the video to the next part of the article.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Hokey subpar writing is the next part of this article.
Okay, now you've done pissed me off. What the hell are you going to be able to say about the writing?
Credit where it's due, the show clearly put effort into translating some of the more famous X-Men stories from the comic pages to the screen.
Okay, so you do care about its accuracy to the comics. We stand corrected.
Yeah. Okay, I gladly take that back. Take back what I said earlier. There's merit in that effort, and this show was likely many kids' first exposure to the stories like the Dark Phoenix Saga and Days of Future Past. The only problem is that they almost always fail to do a good job at translating those stories.
You better have a fucking fantastic argument for this.
Admittedly, much of this is due to the constraints of children's television at the time.
Yeah, and even then, they didn't really skimp on much of anything.
Yeah.
Especially not in comparison to the fucking dumpster fire that was the movies at that time.
Under FCC guidelines, the show couldn't depict real guns or the death of characters.
Yes, and the show was smart enough to substitute guns for lasers and use the coma storyline to decent effect.
Yeah, this makes the ending to Dark Phoenix Saga a little tough to pull off, as it kind of sort of hinges on Jean Grey dying.
Yeah, and instead, don't get, correct me if I'm wrong, but did she go into space or did she end up in a coma? I don't remember which. Or did she end up in a coma and then go into space?
Okay, so Ahsoka wrote this. Okay, time for the steak. Ah.
Call back.
Yeah. I don't know, Ahsoka. It seems like too much work.
Well, I mean, given what we're talking about, I suppose if you want to light the pyre with Phoenix Force, no one can blame you.
Plus, honestly, I don't really think this writer is worth that much work.
There's not very much at stake this time.
I really wish I had my soundboard open.
I'm sorry. I've been trying to lay off the puns at least a little bit so that you don't have to fantasize about punching me in the face. But
No, it's not punching you in the face. More often, it's again look of utter disappointment in you.
mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, at the very least, I thrive on that look. So there's that.
Unfortunately, it's been a very long time since I watched the series, so I'm not entirely sure myself on whether Jean Grey coma or, space.
But either way, it wasn't an insufferable way of changing it, and it worked organically within the context of the narrative, and it didn't really affect any other aspects of the narrative they chose to keep. So this is how you adapt things for a different medium, folks.
Right.
And again, compared to what travesty was unleashed upon the world when the movies tried to do the Dark Phoenix Saga, we should be so lucky as to wind up with this series.
Though, granted, if I'm adapting something, it's more than likely I'm just taking elements from various different things and kind of trying to create my own little thing from it. But again, that's just me.
Mm-hmm.
I do go out of my way to try and be respectful to source material as best I can.
Yeah.
All right. Half the time they were adapting, and they used the word the writer used the word adapting with air quotes. Prominent storylines they really weren't. Days of Future Past is a great example of this.
Again, you are going to need a very, very good argument for this. Otherwise, it's Phoenix Fire for you.
It honestly bears hardly any resemblance to the comic, and the shows take heavily features two characters who aren't even present in the original story, Bishop and Gambit.
Almost like we have a cast we need to include in things and service multiple characters at once on a Saturday morning cartoon budget.
You remember?
Again, you're bitching at things that are entirely understandable in and out of context.
Yeah. Do you remember Days of Future Past, like the arc for the show?
I don't. Wasn't that later on? I feel like that was later on, and I don't think I caught that.
Again, it's been too long since I watched it, so it's not fresh in my memory, unfortunately.
If anything, this just proves that a rewatch of the X-Men is in order.
Oh yeah, probably. Other botched adaptations include the Legacy Virus and Weapon X storylines, among others.
Again, if you want to see how to adapt this badly, look at what the movies were doing.
Okay, so Ahsoka Tano Gaming brings this up. Ahsoka Tano Gaming. Anyone remember the early 2000s X-Men animation that had Professor X and the Cobra. You're thinking of Wolverine and the X-Men, which was fucking fantastic.
It was. It really was, and it was the first real opportunity to see Emma Frost done properly we ever got in animation.
We needed a second season, damn it.
Yes. All hail Apocalypse if he can give us a second season.
Right. Look,
I feel like I'm gonna regret that. Usually when I say shit like that, weird shit starts happening. So
look. All right. I'm sorry. It's just. Look, they were clearly good enough to get kids hooked at the time, but with decades of comics, better TV shows, and a few movies that weren't too bad either.
Of which you basically are left with Logan and Deadpool, and neither of those really have anything to do with the mainline X-Men.
Yeah.
Like X2 was passable, but then they forgot Nightcrawler existed in all the sequels, and it annoyed me. X3 has its good moments, mostly related to the mutant cure subplot. Wolverine and the X-Men Origins Wolverine is a dumpster fire of a biblical. They murked the merc with a mouth, for fuck's sake. The Wolverine is meh.
I liked it.
All of the reboot movies are forgettable at best, and without the epic casting that the movies had, it's really not worth it.
Right. So as Talk Gaming, I liked X-Men First Class.
I hated First Class. I dislike alternative prequels just as a general rule, but most of what made the X-Men franchise good revolved around Patrick Stewart, Hugh Jackman, and Ian McKellen playing off each other, and without that, it's just not worth it. Not to mention they should have just let the rights revert back to Marvel, and sit back and watch as someone properly does it. But then again, we wouldn't have Logan and Deadpool if they did.
Okay, so Ahsoka says, just for the introduction of new mutants, and you saw them learn to use their powers.
Yeah, but that could have been resolved by the movies actually making the X-Men about, the X-Men for more than 5 minutes.
I liked Darwin from First Class.
What was his power set? I can't remember.
He was adaptable. Like he could adapt to any situation.
Hence the reference to Charles Darwin.
Okay, that was also his name.
Yeah, now I remember him.
Yeah, he died. He died in First Class.
Oh yeah, he was the one that I like the Technopath chick from First Class. She was all right.
Technopath.
Wasn't there one that could quote talk to machines and they listen, unquote, in First Class? Or am I thinking of something from X-Men or from Wolverine and the X-Men? I might be.
I don't know, man. Like, do you really think someone who has ice powers knows how to use them right away? Ahsoka. That's fair.
No, I imagine their powers gave them the cold shoulder for a long time before they.
More than likely, and I'm probably going to be doing this video like sometime next year, is I would have the X-Men movies be kind of centered around the school for a couple of them, for like the first 3.
I just hope they don't completely nerf Nightcrawler again, because that was just shameful.
Yeah. Okay. It's impossible to pretend that the show stands up as a bastion of X-Men storytelling in 2019. There's no storytelling for X-Men in 2019, you dumbass. No. Okay, look.
The movie sucked, and they were the only other X-Men thing we had for the most part in all that time. So, yes, especially compared to the shitty Fox movies, the X-Men movies or the X-Men franchise from the 90s kicks all the ass.
Yeah.
And even though I think that Wolverine and the X-Men was an improvement, if there had been no X-Men animated series, there would be no Wolverine and the X-Men.
Yeah.
How
Okay,
how
so-
you could definitely make the argument that Wolverine and the X-Men was kind of a sequel series to the 90s X-Men series.
Speaking of like art styles and animation, I really liked Wolverine and the X-Men. It was a little simpler than the animated series, but it had kind of a really not better, but
It was a lot smoother, and there was more detailing.
yeah, and I liked how it kind of was more of a mixture of both like the kind of movie style and more of like the comic style, if that makes any
Mhm.
sense.
And of course, I'm gonna mention this for as long as we're talking about this. Emma Frost was hot because she should be.
Yeah, that's coming from a guy who prefers dudes.
Yes, but there is that 20 to 30% of me that likes girls, and I'm not an idiot. So
Yeah,
hot telepathic chick who can turn herself into diamond definitely fits the bill. And also, damn that British accent.
right. Okay, so Ahsoka says, I think there was referring to Technopath. I'm not entirely sure myself because it's been a while since I've seen like First Class or any of the X-Men movies. So, like I wanted to so much to have them do training and show them learn to use their powers and to train. Yeah. So to kind of because I feel like right now would be the best time to have it with like the hokey subpar writing part of this article and the um, voice acting segments that were in conjunction. So I'm going to bring in my clip.
All right. Well then, X Banana.
Why I have to bring it up first.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a because every now and then I just like watch YouTube stuff because I'm bored or like I have nothing to do
Mm-hmm.
or like I'm taking a break from writing and stuff because you got to do that unless you want to fry your brain.
Yes, and don't fry your brain. I would feel very bad if anything happened to you, especially over something stupid like that.
Right. Okay. So this was one scene, along with other scenes from the X-Men animated series that I liked a lot, that revolved around Nightcrawler, and I think he might be one of my favorite characters. Underneath like Rogue.
I always preferred like the telepaths because I'm highly mentally oriented.
Well,
So
okay. So I like Rogue from a character storytelling standpoint, right? Obviously.
yeah.
While I also do like Nightcrawler for those same reasons, I also like just the character design himself, how he looks, how he acts, and stuff.
Yeah. He also has a really interesting power set.
Oh yeah, yeah. So like those
And
are
and they got the bamfing right. So
Yeah.
yay for accurate bamfing.
yeah. So this is Mystique and Nightcrawler, and a scene I'm not sure if you remember, Dalton.
The one where she's filling him in on his origins, and he's all conflicted over joining her.
Not joining her, but you'll get it. So it's like it's a 2 minute clip, and we're obviously going to go X Banana, or as I think I said, or no, we're going to Bamf. We're going to Bamf.
Yes.
Okay.
So banana.
Bamf.
Bamf Nana, I guess.
Bath Nana. Yeah, sure. Hold on, I got to take off these annotation things. Okay. Bamf Nana.
Yes.
God, that's gonna be so hard to say.
No! I didn't mean you any harm. Don't hurt me. What do you want from me?
The truth. I have lived 25 years and traveled 4,000 miles fishing only to know the truth.
Oh,
Bamf Nana.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I don't know what's up, but I think it's getting like slow for some reason. So
Oh, good. I thought that was just my Wi-Fi being dumb again.
I think it was because I had like it enlarged for theater viewing.
Ah.
Okay, let's try again. There.
all right then, the truth. I have been many women in my time, some rich, some poor. Rich, I find, is preferable. Your father was an Austrian count.
Actually, that's pretty interesting. I'm not sure if it's in the comics as well. So he's
No. In the comics, his father is a literal demon.
right, but in all intents and purposes, here in the series, he is Austrian royalty.
Yes.
Huh. It could be an interesting story to tell.
I kind of love the ironic possibility of him becoming a jewel thief and trying to steal the Habsburg jewels, and then it turning out that they're actually his to begin with.
Well, I thought more of he could kind of try to establish a little portion of Austria to become like essentially a Genova in
You mean Genosha?
Genosha in Europe.
So like a mutant asylum country?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
See how he could, because it would be interesting to see if there were more countries run by mutants instead of just Genosha by Magneto.
Yeah, but I like the idea of him stealing the Habsburg family jewels and then finding out that they would have been his anyway. Speaking of things that are beautiful art, I don't know if you've ever seen the Habsburg family jewels, but I'll have to send you a documentary about them here afterwards, because they are, speaking as someone who very much is fixated on artistic value, hot damn, the Habsburg jewels are a thing of absolute beauty. Anyway, Bam Nana.
Well, but before we do, Ahsoka said a couple things. Yeah, that would have been good. Like, why didn't they do that for the Austrian Genosha?
Well, it's kind of like, why didn't they ever reference like Latveria existing, even though we see later on when they do crossovers, they are actually in the Marvel Universe proper, and thus they're not alone as superpowered beings. So they could have referenced Latveria at some point. I've always thought it would be interesting to have Latveria and Genosha go to war. I don't think they've ever done that in the comics.
Not that no, I don't think so. A lot of how is it that guys like us who are just like fans of the comics can come up with interesting story ideas? I mean, but even like the original creators didn't think about.
Because we care and we devote.
No, I'm not talking about like new writers today. I'm talking about like the guys from the past.
Because we learn from the best, and sometimes when you learn from the best, that means being able to think of the things they didn't.
Right. So Bamf Nana.
Bamf Nana.
Not handsome, but his money made up for that. We led a life of luxury. That is, until I gave birth to a mutant son. The neighbors were not pleased.
And that is why you abandoned me.
Yeah, honestly, I think he's the writer for this article. The voice acting is actually pretty well done.
I mean, Mystique's voice at the moment isn't great, but then again, it's not her usual voice anyway. So
Yeah, that's true. Nightcrawler though, on point.
yeah, all praise to the thick Austrian German accent.
Granted, he was raised by, I believe, traveling circus people, gypsies. So
Yeah.
he would have a Romanian accent, right?
So yeah, he's an Austrian German who was raised by Romanian gypsies. God damn it, Kurt, you're weird. I love you, but you're weird. Anyway, Bamf Nana.
I say he's very cultured, if anything.
Well, he is, but I'm just saying, like, that is a very strange backstory. Especially when you throw in the fact that he's half demon like he is in the comics.
No.
My shameful secret had been revealed. The would-be countess was a mutant. I had to start over. You are inconvenient. I suppose you hate me for that.
No, but I am sad for you.
Sad? You want to talk about sad?
Oh, the melodrama. But anyway, Bamf Nana.
I don't know. I think it works.
Yeah, no, it does work. I had forgotten just how much melodrama there was in moments like this. Also, yes, Cat.
I am a shapeshifter, an outcast, even among mutants trusted by no one. I don't have a life of my own. I just steal little bits from other people's lives.
Well, I mean, you could go with the standard blue, dear, but that's just a thing.
Honestly, I'm curious if that form she has is like her actual form, or she just does that one.
For all intents and purposes, the blue form we see her do is the default one, because we see her in some flashbacks as a baby and she looks like that. So I'm
Okay.
assuming.
Well, I just assumed that it might have been something like a changeling thing or something.
Right, but as far as we know, it is her default form, and we know at least in the Fox X-Men movies that it's her default form, because when she gets stuck with the mutant canceling cure dart, she turns into a human form of that. Although, interesting question, if she had been in the form of someone else when she got stuck with the cure dart, could she just not phase shift back? Or would it have forced her to default back into her actual form?
Huh.
I kind of like the possibility of her being stuck in someone else's form and basically being a twin of somebody.
Yep.
But that is a bit mean. So, but then again, the body horror of her being forcibly phase shifted back and not ever being able to change again would probably be interesting too.
Yeah. Okay. Bamf Nana?
Bamf Nana.
I survive. So there's your truth, son. I didn't want you. Still sad.
Damn, woman, damn.
That is literally my favorite part. Right now, after that, is my favorite part from Nightcrawler.
I'm mentally comparing that with how she's fond of a rogue all the time, and it's just like, damn.
No, actually, that is kind of fucked. Wow. But no, my favorite part comes right after that from Nightcrawler.
Mhm.
I will beg God to bestow his grace on me, so that I may learn to forgive you. Then I will ask him to bestow his grace on you, so that you might forgive yourself.
So yeah, that's like one of my favorite moments from that show.
Yeah, Kurt is very good at being the moral center.
I gotta admit, it when I first watched it, it kind of almost had me at tears.
And you worry about not feeling things.
Well, that's how I know something's really good, where it almost has me at tears. Like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Yondu's death, almost at tears. That's the only other example I can think of.
That is a good that's a good marker, I suppose.
Right. So yeah, so that was kind of the example I had to kind of counterpoint the argument being made for this article.
Yeah.
All right, so moving on, that theme song.
If she dumps on the theme song, there will be riots.
Oh boy.
I like there are times when I rather comedically can't even, but to dump on the 90s X-Men theme song is so much not even being able to even that I think the lack of evening will cause the universe to slowly rip apart at the seams.
Right. So,
Like matter will slowly lose cohesion, everything will fall into the void. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria, and everything will dilapidate in dust. That is how much incomprehensible is stuffed into this point as she criticizes the theme song.
well, that's just the title of this part of the article. And also, Sortano Gaming, that is just wow. And I'm assuming that's for the clip. And Sortano Gaming, okay, time for the rioting.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. If she says a bad word about the theme song, all bets are off. Like again, the laws of physics themselves will break down if she starts criticizing that theme song. God damn it.
It rules, it slaps, as they say. It's one of the all-time great opening themes to a cartoon, courtesy of Ron Wasserman, who also scored much of the original run of Power Rangers. Yes, including the theme song. Actually, I didn't know that. I didn't know Ron did that. Did
That makes a lot of sense though now, because now I'm kind of comparing them in my head, and yeah, it fits sort of a similar musical style.
I don't know. I feel like X-Men has kind of more granderness to it.
Well, yeah, it does. I'm just saying you can kind of tell that they're made by the same person.
Yeah, no, but that is interesting because I've actually listened to a lot of his work when I was. So yeah, no, that's cool. It's really cool, actually. It also might be a work of plagiarism.
What?
What? Okay, earlier this year, a lawsuit was filed by the estate of Hungarian composer Gregory Vulcan, and I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, who in the 1980s composed a theme song to a Hungarian show called Linda the Policewoman.
Okay, but how would have anyone working on X-Men have known about that?
Okay, the show,
Given that most people don't regularly like seek out Hungarian animation in America.
it's not animation. It's a TV show.
Oh, but still, I I know artsy fartsy types tend to be a little bit worldly and a little bit multicultural, but I don't see them. I don't see anyone watching a Hungarian show and being like, "Ooh, theme song, let's steal it." Like,
All right, but let me read this, and they also have they have the X-Men theme here along with the original theme for Linda here. So
okay, so we can listen for ourselves and see.
yeah, the show was a huge hit domestically, but was largely isolated from the rest of the world. Still, the lawsuit notes that the composers behind the X-Men theme song were known to associate with Hungarian animators, which would have
Okay,
allowed them to be exposed to the theme song, which is admittedly nearly identical to the X-Men theme.
well, it might just be that two people had a similar idea at the same time, or it might just be that that song got stuck in the composer's head and then he did his own version. But we will be the judge of this because if not, then the peasants will start revolting.
Right. So before that, Ahsoka Tano Gaming, yeah, they were a similar musical system. How would have anyone known about that? It was the 90s. No one in America was doing the Hungarian show.
Yeah,
Okay, so
but
should we play the Linda one first, or should we play the X-Men one first?
let's play the X-Men one first just because I want to hear it again.
Okay.
Bam Banana.
On X-Men.
God damn, this theme is just the one of the best in all of animation.
Mm-hmm. And now for the Linda one.
Okay, Bam Banana. I mean, they're similar, but they're not in any way identical.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not gonna. At first, it didn't sound as similar, but obviously now, yeah, it's getting into a very similar type of beat and rhythm. But
that was a relatively popular style of composition at the time, I think. So it's not. Anyway, I guess let's finish hearing it out. Bam Banana.
Dude, it is like 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Oh, well then, yeah, no.
These aren't even similar. The tempo is similar.
Yeah, and the noise in the middle there is in the Linda one, it's 3 notes. In the X-Men one, it's 2 notes.
Plus, again, I don't know if this has any merit to a discussion, but it varies different. They're different instruments being played on, and gives it a different type of style and tone.
Yeah, the Linda one is definitely not techno, whereas the X-Men one is very much techno.
Yeah, it has more of a the X-Men one has more bite to it, while the Linda one seems very much more of a
And the X-Men one has the sort of symphonic dirge that follows as well, which
yeah.
the Linda one doesn't have.
This
Anyway, let's continue, I suppose.
yeah. There you have it. Arguably the single most iconic and lasting piece of media to stern from the show is likely a work of heavily borrowing, if not outright plagiarism.
Uh no, and fuck you.
All right. So last part of the article.
Yep.
All right. There are so many incredible cartoons from the '90s you can binge on Disney Plus, from Gargoyles to DuckTales. There are also a bunch of killer Marvel cartoons available now, and even more on the way. More on the way. I will probably disagree with that, but it's a topic for another discussion. If you need to revisit X-Men the animated series to satisfy your nostalgia, do your thing, but do so knowing that this show is and has always been pretty lousy.
Okay, fuck you.
Yeah,
Just fuck you. To call it lousy is despicable of you. Fuck off. Fuck all the way off until you've circumnavigated the globe, please.
So Summertime Gaming said, "Okay, write and revolt."
Mm-hmm. Let's sharpen up the old guillotine, boys.
Uh, Honestly, I would like to just sit down with them and have a discussion and try and make them see where they're wrong, and then just a civilized discussion. Honestly, maybe that's just me. Maybe I prefer a diplomatic solution before violence.
Which is unusual, because usually you're the first one to start punching things or getting your bat, and I'm the one that's like, no, non-violence.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. I believe violence should always be a last resort kind of thing.
Well, I think the main difference between us is you're more physically inclined, and I'm more of a schemer.
That is true.
You're more of a I'm just gonna hit this until it needs to not be hit anymore, and I'm like, I am going to slowly and surely drain away everything that you ever loved until your life is a slow and unending torrent of abject misery, because I can.
I'm gonna go now. Right. So while we were busy, the next article was loading, which is from GameStop.
Boy.
Yeah, they're not so bad. This is an interesting one. Okay. Aquaman star Willem Dafoe says superhero movies are too long and too noisy. This is by Dan, and I'm sorry if I'm saying this last name wrong. Ati.
All right.
This was
I think this is going to be one of those that I yell less at the person who's writing the article and more about the subject of the article. So
right.
let's go.
This was published November 18th. And Dalton, you're sounding a little bit robotic. I'm not sure if it's on my side or not. So
No, it's probably on my side. I'll dip out quick and come back in. Give me a second.
okay. I'm kind of thinking maybe Willem Dafoe will be saying something along the lines of what Mel Gibson said, where we kind of agree with him. So I'm willing to hear him out. Not sure if Dalton is. And we wait. Greetings.
Hello.
Dalton?
Yes.
Okay, I was just checking. It's weird when he said hello. Okay. Defoe is the latest actor to comment on the state of superhero cinema. That is the tagline.
And to which I have to say, et to Willem. Given that he basically started what I call the beta test era of comic book movies with by being the Green Goblin in the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies.
Mhm.
And of course he was an Aquaman as well. So really, can we not just turn on the genre that breathes life into Hollywood, please, for 5 minutes?
Actor Willem Dafoe's career has embraced all sides of cinema, from the biggest blockbusters to the smallest, weirdest art house movies.
Okay, yes, fair.
Ahsoka Tano Gaming. Almost nothing can beat the last article. Yeah, probably.
Then again, we still have a Mary Sue one coming up, so don't hold your breath.
Spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to the current debate inspired by director Martin Scorsese about whether superhero movies count as cinema, it's not surprising Dafoe has an opinion. For the record, I somewhat agree with Martin Scorsese, simply on the fact that he was talking specifically about Marvel movies.
I am much less kind. To me, it strikes me as an old curmudgeon whining about the new thing that he doesn't understand, and how according to his particular aristocratic sensibilities, that doesn't count as real art because reasons.
Maybe I'm just willing to give more benefit of the doubt, but
I'm a lot more touchy when it comes to art, especially when people get really pompous and start authoritating over what is and is not art for purely subjective woo reasons. And
I can understand that. I just, again, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm not like fully understanding or grasping.
no, you're just a lot kinder than I am when it comes to this shit.
Right. Okay. Defoe has appeared in two of the most successful superhero movies of the past 2 decades: Sam Raimi's 2001 movie Spider-Man, and last year's DC blockbuster Aquaman. In an interview with 92nd Street Y Streety or something, Defoe spoke about how superhero movie making has changed over the years, and from his point of view, not for the better.
Proceed with caution, Willem.
Again, I can kind of see where he's coming from.
Well, let's actually see where he's going first, and then.
Okay. Spider-Man was great fun because Sam Raimi made that like it was a little independent film, he said via IndieWire. And also that was before a lot of technology was in place. Comic book movies were fairly new, so it was exciting. There was nothing by the numbers. They didn't roll in the experts. Now it's become the industry outgrew itself.
You mean the industry finally started to thrive, and now you're bitching because it's not art housey enough?
Okay, how I interpret that is, while yes, the industry has thrived monetary wise, I do think it's become somewhat corporate lately. I think it's
Well, unfortunately, when a genre first starts, you do see the establishment of a formula for any given genre. Like every Western movie will feature a shootout between two characters at some point. Every horror movie will feature some kind of chase sequence where, things happen.
Yeah, it's not the formula though. I think he's referring to more of like how it's kind of gotten lazy to a point these days.
Well, it's a good thing movies like Aquaman and Wonder Woman, Shazam and Joker exist then, isn't it?
Yeah.
like it annoys me. It annoys me that like as he's in the process of helping fix the problem, he's still bitching about the problem. It always seems to boil down to no matter what comic book movies do, they somehow do it wrong, and then people whine. Again, I made this point. I think it was last week. When a horror movie is bad, we don't write off. Well, I guess the entire horror genre is dead. When a when a sci-fi movie is dead, we don't go, well, I guess the entire sci-fi genre is dead. When an action movie is bad, we don't go, well, the entire action movie genre is dead. But every time there's an even mediocre comic book movie, it's like, is this the end for comic book movies? Her.
Okay. So I feel like we should continue because I feel like you're going to go on a tangent.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's just again, I feel like
it's the same. It's the same variation on the same argument every 5 minutes, and the fact that it's always invariably people who got their start in things either that are comic book movies or that are similar to comic book movies really fucking annoys me. It's like no like logical consistency or sense of self-awareness because reasons, and it gets to me. It gets me. It gets me
I
bad.
understand, bud.
Okay, moving on.
Defoe admitted that he didn't want to bite the hand that feeds me, but admitted the experience of shooting Aquaman was not the same. You have
Okay. He gets credit from me for at least acknowledging that that's potentially what he's doing, because you would not believe, Willem, how many times I've had to beat my head against a metaphorical brick wall over people who basically make comic book movies or similar fare and don't understand why it's hypocritical of them to bash on comic book movies. So good on you for that, at
Right.
least.
You have fun with some of the things that you get to do because there's a lot of hardware and there's a lot of crazy crane shots and those kind of things. He said that's fun, but stuff is overshot. They spend a lot of money on big set pieces because that's what delivers the action, and I find them too long and too noisy. Look, those aren't the movies I run to. Okay, that's an opinion of his. That's fine.
And that's fair, I suppose, but you do know that Aquaman was one of the largest and most convoluted comic book movies of the last decade. So to say that every comic book movie does that just because the one you were in did that, now kind of a little bit hypocritical because most comic book movies aren't anywhere near as CGI heavy as Aquaman is.
I will
Even-
kind of disagree.
Even Endgame wasn't quite as CGI heavy as Aquaman was, but that's largely because Aquaman needed, the alien environment that is underwater to make an Aquaman movie. Bless you.
Thank you. Goddamn, I think I might be getting cold. Note to self: don't go outside when it's like. Let me check the weather.
I feel like I should facepalm that you even need to tell yourself that, but I'm not going to be mean.
Well, to be fair, I'm always cold because I have like a. Well, no, I'm always cold. When it comes to like seasonal changes from like fall to winter.
I feel like I need to I feel like I need to cover you in all the blankets now because I don't want you to be cold. God damn it.
Well, I once theorized that it was possibility of me having an iron deficiency, but that was just a stupid kid guess. So,
Did you ever double check that?
well, I took vitamins when I was a kid for my iron deficiency. Don't now, but I haven't taken
Well,
them.
just put a pen in that. Your younger self might have been smarter than you think.
Right. Okay. DeVoe also touched on the issues that Scorsese did, first in an interview with Empire and subsequently in the New York Times, that big budget superhero franchise films are more concerned with making money and repeating a formula than giving the audience anything new or challenging.
You
Again-
mean they're a new genre trying to establish a formula? Again, comic book movies are still in their infancy as a genre. So yes, they are still establishing what it means to be a proper comic book movie. Granted, slowly but surely we are going to have to move into the adolescence of the comic book movie. But again, that's what movies like Joker and Logan are for.
And hopefully Spawn.
Hopefully, apparently, according to Seth MacFarlane, Joker opened the door for Spawn, and that is a good sign. But I still don't have a hell of a lot of high hopes for that movie.
I do.
It seems a little bit like they're trying to unmystify Spawn, and that annoys me.
Like, if it's a bad movie, I'll be the first to call it out because I'm a big fan of Spawn.
I know, and for the record, he's like my 6th or 7th favorite character, probably.
I would have to make a list of my favorite characters because I'm not even sure where Spawn ranks.
I know he's below Constantine, and I know he's below Abe Sapien, and I know he's below Hellboy. So I guess 8 or 9 would be where I would put him.
I think he would be higher for me. Anyway. All right. What I worry about is those big movies. They need something to feed them, he said. They need a surge, and they need people pushing the boundaries so they can go forward. Joker, Logan, Deadpool.
Even like Guardians when it first came out, and Thor Ragnarok when it came out.
More so Guardians than Ragnarok, for me, at least.
Well, yeah, because Ragnarok was very much piggybacking off of Guardians, but it still amped up the hyper stylized Kirbyisms, and if the comic book movie genre is anything like the comic book superhero genre originally, you need a little bit of Kirby in your life.
Yeah. All right.
Get it down, yeah. It will put color on your pages.
So. Speaking of Kirbyism, I think from the idea I had for like my Justice League rewrite, which I will maybe do in like some years' time.
Oh, I love that you have such overarching projects that you need to space it out by years.
The thing is that I'm already doing the Captain Marvel one, and I'm starting to do videos for the Avengers one because I haven't finished my script for the Captain Marvel rewrite.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, I did post an overview video for that like a day or so ago.
Yeah, I saw. I looked at your channel the other day. I saw that was there.
Yeah. So go check that one out. And more videos are sure to follow after. But that's my idea, and I got this later on when I kind of plotted it out, is that along with Steppenwolf as a big bad for that first movie,
mm-hmm.
I would also incorporate the female Furies.
Boy, that could get hairy in this current climate, because I don't know if you've seen the most recent Female Furies book, but
I've seen just some guys' review of it.
Yeah, ouch. Just a lot, just infinite amounts of oof.
Ironically enough, the character of Lashina, or is it Lashina? The Whip.
I think it's Lashina, but anyway.
I for like a fan cast thing, because I looked up like actresses, for, like photos and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Cate Blanchett for Lashina, like Hela from Thor Ragnarok,
or Galadriel from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Not Cate Blanchett is almost never bad casting. So
I think I had Helena Bonham Carter for Mad. Can't remember that character's name.
the only thing I can think of is Mad Hetty, but that might not be it.
But yeah, Female Furies. Also, Karen Gillian, who plays Nebula.
Or
I-
Amy Pond from Doctor Who.
Yeah, I think I had her as a character called Knockout.
Well, I mean, homological descriptor.
Plus, the character had ginger hair, so I was looking for ginger actresses.
Although, speaking of ginger actresses, you could always get the woman who played Rowena in Supernatural.
Maybe, yeah.
Because fuck me, that woman is.
Mad Harriet.
Right.
Yeah, it was Mad Harriet. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, Steppenwolf and the Female Furies. Obviously, the theme of that movie was going to be like teamwork and shit, and it was going to be paralleled with Steppenwolf and the Female Furies kind of falling apart by the movie's end, while the Justice League were built up.
Aha.
Also, the overarching story for like the first phase was Superman, and like he wore a homemade costume for the first couple of movies, and in the Justice League movie, he would finally wear the classic suit.
The way I do that is have his suit get more complicated as time goes on. Don't just have it be a single homemade suit for the first few. Have his suit basically level up with each movie.
I don't know. I mean, I'm still working on it. Obviously, I haven't gotten there yet. So.
Because I think perhaps the fans might be furious if he spends more than one movie in a homemade suit.
Well, I don't think they would care much if the character was accurate.
Right, but I think that might put a little bit of drag on the movie is what I'm saying.
Well,
so yeah, I do it so that it like slowly leveled up.
Okay, fair. And Ahsoka Tano Gaming, I miss Stan Lee. We miss Stan Lee. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody misses Stan Lee. May flights of your own Valkyries sing thee to thy Excelsior.
Oh shit. Fuck.
What?
Stan Lee, the day Stan Lee passed, we forgot to do a memoriam or something for.
You're right. We did pass the 1 year anniversary just recently.
God damn it.
Actually, what day did he die?
I know it was in November. I think it was like a week before my birthday.
Ouch. That's one birthday present you'd want to return.
So much. November 12th. Yeah. So we are sorry, folks, that we forgot to do that.
Yeah, definitely something to fix next time around.
Yeah, next time.
We have an entire year's worth of episodes until then, so.
Yeah. Okay. Where was I?
By then, we'll be doing our 80th or so episode. That's trippy.
We're getting close to 40, so in 2 weeks.
I know, but if you add a year is 52 weeks. So.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Because they're not in the business of going forward, really, they're in the business of business, and you can make beautiful things because they have a lot of resources.
oh, woe with us, we who make beautiful things. May I play you something on the world's smallest violin? Do, 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 do.
Ahsoka Tunnel Gaming says you could do one for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, question. Are we going to do a show on Thanksgiving, given that it is Thursday, and that's usually when we do soliloquy and
Well, we could have a soliloquy be memoriam.
we could. I'm just curious if we're actually gonna do one on Thanksgiving.
Well, I would be eating dinner around like 5 or something, because we
Okay, yeah, that. So yeah,
'cause
assuming that neither of us falls into a food coma.
my family makes food around 1 o'clock, like dinner for 1 o'clock, because like
Yeah, we always eat early on Thanksgiving too, which is weird because it's like the only day a year we actually eat that early.
well, yeah, it's just because it probably takes a lot of time to cook all the
Yeah,
food.
because it is the big feasting and what have you. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll definitely do a memoriam for Stanley on Thanksgiving. Give our thanks to him and all.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Comic book legends we are thankful for, and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might have some other things to cover or talk about too, so keep that in mind. Okay. I got nothing really to say. I mean, in a way, he's kind of right, but also it's kind of him just kind of bitching.
But like, for most of that, I can at least understand where he's coming from. But like that line about all they do is create beautiful things, like as though creating beautiful things is supposed to be a bad thing now. What? Like sometimes I wonder if these people could actually hear themselves talk.
Well, you got to remember, Willem Dafoe is kind of crazy.
Well, yes, but he's crazy in the over the top kind of way, not in the can't keep track of what he's saying kind of way.
It's weird. He actually took playing Norman Osborn, Green Goblin, very seriously, if I remember correctly.
He did. I really wish they had actually gone with the comic accurate suit for him instead in that movie.
I remember seeing some concept art where it was more aligned.
Mm-hmm. And this might just be a rumor, but I had heard, because of course Kevin Feige helped with a lot of those early comic book movies, that the more comic book accurate design was actually his idea, and someone actually said no to him. I bet that person is still kicking themselves.
Yeah. Okay. Dafoe is just the latest actor or filmmaker involved with comic book movies to be asked about their view on the issue. The likes of James Gunn, Jon Favreau, Natalie Portman, and Samuel L. Jackson have all defended Marvel's output, which is weird because Sam Jackson, I remember watching like a clip where he's talking about don't just watch superhero movies, watch other movies too, which I do agree with him in some.
Wait, well, but also he gets a bit of a pass because he's a massive nerd.
Oh yeah.
He geeked out so hard when he was working with Christopher Lee on Attack of the Clones, so he gets some pass because he's a massive nerd. But I have had it with this motherfucking logic on these motherfucking streams, so there's that.
Yeah. Weird thing is, I think he was doing like one of those answer the most asked questions from Google things.
Mm-hmm.
It was like an IGN thing.
Or like an Ask Me Anything kind of thing. Yeah, I know, but still, I have had it with these motherfucking illogics on these motherfucking streams.
Yeah. They all
people need to learn to be consistent.
And defended Marvel's output, as have Marvel boss Kevin Feige and Disney CEO Bob Iger.
Well, yeah, they're the ones that make them and have made them very, 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 very successful to the point that they currently sustain Hollywood's output. So yeah, you dump on 10 years of someone's effort, and they're probably going to be a little bit cross with you. I'm honestly amazed they're not more angry, like overtly. Because if someone turned up to me and was like, you know, everything you do is bad for the world at large, right? I would be a little bit cross with that.
I'd just say go fuck yourself. You don't like my movie, then fine. A lot of other people do.
Yes.
Honestly, it's more of if someone says they don't like my movie, okay. It's more of I hate the people that would say I don't like your movie because I. Well, no, again, like I said, I'm fine with criticism. If they don't like it for a specific reason, I would like to hear that reason. It's
Yeah.
more of, um,
The people who don't actually feel a burden to explain themselves or even have a reason in mind.
yeah, or just like
Yeah, that's my approach to criticism too. You have a problem with me? Okay. Why? Explain. And then if you can't explain or you come up with some nebulous bullshit, I'm going to call you out for having said nebulous bullshit. But that's probably why I will never be employed with Hollywood, because I can't do the nice, neat, tactful thing. Someone asks me a stupid question, I'm gonna be like, that's a fucking stupid question. I'm gonna answer it anyway, but it's still a fucking stupid question.
yeah. It's kind of why at one point I wanted to start my own film company or entertainment company.
And obviously, now comes the part where I point out that I believe in you wholeheartedly. So if you intend to do that, then that will probably go well.
Yeah, I had a name and a logo design for it too.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was a stupid name that was kind of based on Robert Rodriguez's Troublemaker Studios.
What'd you call it?
Mischievous Flame.
That's not a bad name.
Yeah, I made it a YouTube channel. Then I lost the account number and stuff, and it just
If I was to make a like production company, I would call it Rosetta Stone Pictures. Just because for whatever reason no one has used the phrase Rosetta Stone in a production company name yet. And with all of those like Touchstone and Columbia and Blumhouse and all those kind of names, it surprises me that no one has done Rosetta Stone yet. So I would take advantage of that.
it might have been.
Watch now. Someone in Hollywood's gonna see that and be like, you know what? That's a perfect idea. And then they're gonna steal it.
Yeah, but here's the thing for me. I have like all the original designs and stuff for my company logos and stuff. So if someone tries to try to take it, I can sue their ass.
Mm-hmm. Well, have you actually gone through the process of legally copyrighting
Oh
it?
no, dude! I'm like, I was like 17 or 18 when I made that stuff. So
Yeah, they could steal it, and you wouldn't be able to legally sue them because you didn't copyright it.
now, so
Yeah, so you can copyright it for the sake of purposes.
though I don't think anyone's creative enough to come up with that name. So it's why they would steal it from me. But
yeah, and if you ever are successful at making movies, then I will get to say the I told you so, because
well, also I have other names for other things that I can incorporate into like a production company or something. So if someone does take Mischievous Flame or any other name, I can just have backups.
yeah, but you should also copyright it because it's a good name. I mean, don't if you're not intending to use it for anything. I'm just saying, if you do intend to use it for something, copywriting it would be a good idea.
Yeah, I have to look that up, and I'm a mix of your twos. Ahsoka Tano Gaming. To me, it sounds like a boy. To me, it sounds like a porno movie film. Which one? Dalton?
Yeah, I don't know which one they're referring to. Which one, Ahsoka?
Well, she said Ahsoka says that I'm a mix of your twos, so she might have mixed both of them. A part of me thinks it's like mine sounds more like a mischievous flame.
It does. It definitely sounds a little bit like a gay porno that would star two like flamboyant twinks.
Okay,
screwing each other.
okay, we're moving on. We're moving forward. I don't need to picture that shit, man.
Well, I mean, mischievous and flame just did that to my brain. So yeah.
For some reason, I was picturing gingers. I don't.
Well, yeah, they would be they would be two ginger flamboyant twinks screwing each other.
I was thinking women because me. But all right, whatever. Can we?
Well,
moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Is a synonym for. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. It might have been 6 weeks since Scorsese made his initial comments, but the controversy doesn't show any signs of dying down quite yet. And that is the end of the article.
Well, if people want the controversy to die down, then people should stop saying stupid shit. Because for as long as people are willing to say stupid shit, there's going to be some people somewhere in the deep recesses of the dark corners of the internet willing to say, you're saying stupid shit. Incidentally, Willem Dafoe hasn't been saying quite as much stupid shit as the other people who have been saying stupid shit, but he skirted a little bit around the edge there.
Kind of like Mel Gibson, though. I think we did agree with Mel Gibson a lot more. With those directors that didn't like superhero movies or comic book movies.
Was Mel Gibson one of the ones we agreed with, or was
he was the only one we agreed with.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that episode again. I don't remember.
I don't remember what it was. All right. Okay. So no, the mixed one was for what you were talking about before, the stuff you were talking about the criticism thing. Okay. So the thing, like how we both handle criticism.
So yeah, Ahsoka is sort of in the middle of us in terms of where she falls in
so right now we're just waiting for our article to load, the Mary Sue article. So it's loading a bunch of cringe and stupid, and I kind of wish Corrupt was here for this one. Granted, he'd probably be bored with it, honestly.
I don't know. It depends on what mood he's in, because sometimes he can get really into the awful cringe, and sometimes he just has no patience.
Yeah. Okay. Still loading. But actually, back then when I came up with it, so this is off topic, but it's hilarious. So back then, I actually tried growing my hair out.
So you'd look even more like the butch Mexican equivalent of Casey Jones.
Oh no, it was totally fucked. Like I had no idea what I was doing. It was so horrible. Yeah, my whole thing was, I was either trying to grow like kind of a grow to where I could put it into a ponytail, or where I could like slick it back and look like a debonair gentleman of sorts. Didn't work out, so I had it all cut off, and now I just decided to keep my hair short. Honestly,
I've tried growing my hair long before, but the problem is my hair doesn't grow down, it grows up. So
Yeah.
like
that's mine too. Like,
it'll just essentially balloon out into a fro because apparently my hair has a ridiculous amount of volume even when I don't want it to.
yeah, yeah, my hair, yeah, same thing. My hair grows up, so I had to like get some gel and kind of gel my hair out uh, every day. How do guys even grow out their hair? It's a very strenuous process. Like, I first had to gel it, then like kind of brush it and comb it and shit, and constantly, almost every day. The worst part was when I had to take a shower. Like, it would constantly get into my face and stuff. Plus,
Mhm.
it took longer to wash it, you know?
Yeah, that's the ultimate pain in the ass is when your hair gets too long, it takes longer to wash. Speaking
Yeah.
of which, I probably should get a haircut here soon because my hair is actually starting to get to that length where like it occasionally gets in my eyes while I'm moving, and that annoys the fuck out of me.
Yeah, so, yeah, okay. Article is ready. Next stream. All right, Mary Sue article by Rachel Leishman, published November 19th, 2019. Your Marvel movies aren't cinema debate is silencing female fans once again.
Okay, Rachel, show me what you've got.
All right. The debate over whether or not the Marvel Cinematic Universe is cinema should never have started, but it should have ended when Martin Scorsese wrote a letter saying that he doesn't understand them and can't comprehend movie theaters and how people like to see action in movie theaters. He never said that. He said that he compared them to
Theme parks, which is
yeah.
honestly worse. But I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I, broadly speaking, agree with Rachel Leishman on something. Someone shoot me now.
I don't have a gun, bud. I'm sorry.
Well, don't hit me. That's too much pain.
Oh, I'd never hit you. But no, he compared them and just like it wasn't for him. That's all he was saying, really.
Well, he was extremely pompous in the lead up to that, so he kind of did deserve some of the pushback he got. Because when you basically authoritate over what is cinema and what's just movies, you're being a pompous quasi-aristocratic dipshit.
Okay, so Todd Gaming, this is what I have to deal with every day. She's talking about the hair thing. And Riot. Are you talking about Riot in terms of Dalton agreeing with Rachel on something, or Rachel talking about this, or Martin Scorsese?
I'm going to assume that Ahsoka is referring to me agreeing with Rachel Leishman on a thing.
Well, honestly, I would probably just sit down with Dalton and try to talk him out of it. Just because he and I are friends and all. Worst comes to worst, I just slap the shit out of him until he comes to his senses.
Yes, and I would probably end up with a bruise on my face because I am very brittle. So yeah.
For the record, I would never. For the record, I would slap him with the palm, not the back of the hand. I would never bitch slap him. I don't do that to friends.
I appreciate the sentiment.
Yeah.
I would make a similar vow, but in all honesty, I could probably punch you as hard as I could, and you would probably just laugh at me because it would not hurt.
Well, keep in mind, I've. Oh, so she's saying both. Honestly, I'm curious to see what a Riot going after Dalton would look like. Just out of curiosity.
Would probably resemble an Antifa riot because I imagine if I ever do become a large enough YouTube personality and people get wind of my views, I'm gonna make a lot of enemies on the far left. I'm vaguely amused by the idea that I'm gonna piss off a lot of coffee shop Wiccans and they're gonna try to curse me.
You know what's funny? That you bring up like a coffee shop thing. So you know how I say I go like on walks across my city and stuff when I have
Yeah.
Turns out there's like a hipster coffee shop place near me. Like it's literally called Hipster Cafe, I think. Now, a part of me, I passed by it a few times when I went walk into like a library, right?
Mm-hmm.
A part of me is curious because I have like money now and stuff. A part of me is curious of going in there. I've never actually been in a cafe before.
Coffee shops have good coffee. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not a
even some
coffee guy though. That's the
Huh?
thing. I'm not a coffee guy. I hate coffee.
you might just not have had the right. Okay, so here is the ultimate test of whether any coffee at all is something you might like. Starbucks has this thing called the vanilla bean frappe. It's basically like a milkshake on caffeinated crack, and it's awesome.
I absolutely abhor Starbucks.
Again, give that one a try, and then tell me how you react to it. Because the thing with the vanilla bean frappe is you can't even really taste any coffee in it. It's like I say, it's basically like a milkshake on crack in a good way.
I just don't like. I absolutely hate Starbucks.
As a company, I agree with you, but they make good shit sometimes.
I'm never giving my money to some night like I'm never giving my money to a company I don't like. Though granted, I go to Chick-fil-A, so I might be a little hypocritical.
Yeah, but I respect your stance. Well, for one thing, I don't have any Chick-fil-A's in my area, so I fortunately don't even need to make that distinction. But knowing what I know about how they feel about people like myself, yeah, I'm not giving them money. I mean that might make me a little bit of an SJW, but for fuck's sake, if you don't want me to even exist as a person,
Well,
then I am justified in telling you to piss off when it comes to giving you my money.
to be fair, they make good food. It's good chicken.
They do, but then again, so does Wendy's, and I don't have to worry about when the people in Wendy's secretly wanting to poison me. So there's that. Because that would be my main point of paranoia in if I ever ate at Chick-fil-A would be, well, if they know I'm bi, are they gonna try to poison me or some shit? Is like the food going to taint my soul? And yes, I'm aware that's extremely paranoid, but I get extremely paranoid when I have to deal with things I don't like.
Right. Okay. Back to the article because we just got to a weird turn.
Well, we were already kind of on a weird turn because I said I agreed with Rachel on something.
That's fair. You might come to regret those words in a moment.
Oh, most certainly. I've never known Rachel to make a decent point and then not utterly fuck it up every 5 minutes later. But for the moment, there is a tiny pocket of FaceTime wherein I and Rachel Eastman agreed on something.
Chick-fil-A won't try. SoCal Gaming. Yeah, honestly, I didn't even know about the whole gay thing with Chick-fil-A until like a year or so ago.
I first found out about it when I was watching a Nostalgia Chick video back when she was slightly more second wavy and not quite so third wave.
Okay.
In terms of her feminism.
I still go sometimes, and I just do it reluctantly.
Like I said, I fortunately don't even have one in my area to make that decision for. So, yay!
Yeah.
Hooray for the avoidance of unnecessary decision.
Actually, no. The real reason why I don't like Starbucks, now that I think about it, is simply because it's a hipster's breeding ground, and I absolutely detest hipsters.
That's fair, but there's a fine line between hipsters and proper intellectuals, and they both unfortunately wind up in similar places.
Plus, there's one like in the middle of my city, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's always busy. Like there's literally always a backup of a line for like expressway of cars. So
Mm-hmm.
if I go there, it's going to be like super crowded, and I don't do crowded spaces.
Yeah, the one I go to is in a Barnes and Noble shopping, so I always associate positive things with it because it makes me feel cultured to go shopping for books and then get, like I said, that vanilla bean frappe, which is the only caffeinated beverage I actually allow myself because I don't even drink soda or anything. So like that's my one vice
Right,
is
right,
that fucking vanilla milkshake on crack there.
right. I go because they have good tendies. SoCal Gaming.
Well, I am see this is the cruel irony of Chick-fil-A and its
No, it's not
shopping
not
industry.
Chick-fil-A. I assume Starbucks.
Well,
Oh no.
doesn't
Okay. Yeah.
tendies means tenders, I would imagine. So
Okay.
yeah, but the irony of Chick-fil-A is I really love chicken. Like I'm kind of a chicken connoisseur. Like I will try fried chicken in just about every conceivable way imaginable, and I'm an absolute sucker for good chicken tenders. And the annoying thing is I'll never get to try them, even though I know they make good food because, again, my self-respect of I'm not going to shop somewhere where I know the people in charge of it actively wish me harm. So fuck off.
Okay. God. Oh, we went so far off. All right. Back to this. Uh, that should have been it. Instead, the debate keeps going, and each new day I find myself angrier and angrier because, yet again, I feel as if women and people of color who are fans of comics and superheroes are being silenced by these white male Hollywood types who think they know things. Fuck off, Rachel.
And just like that, she ruined it, and I'm back to the point of sanity. Oh God!
Right.
Like
So
I'm glad I'm glad I'm back, but my God, how Rachel just like okay.
I can okay, so I can
For the
kind of understand like the comic fans and stuff, like the fans of the superheroes stuff. Sure. The Hollywood types, like the people that think, oh, what I say is so profound and shit. And this newer stuff so not sway or whatever.
Yeah, the aristocrats proclaiming things from on high, which unfortunately, Rachel, you have occasionally been that. But full disclosure, I am a bisexual person with a physical disability and optic nerve damage and whatnot, and way
And
stronger.
yeah, I am. I'm a lot of things actually. I'm part Irish. I'm part Latino. I'm part. I believe Native American. I might have to do a DNA test for that one. Not entirely sure.
Yeah,
So,
and he's working class and he lives essentially in the inner city. So if minority points is the game, Rachel, you can fucking shut up, you privileged white bitch. And then it was quiet. But yeah, Rachel, do not presume to speak for other minorities. You may speak for feminists who write for the Mary Sue, or better yet, just speak for yourself as an individual. but you don't even get to universalize your experience to feminists, because there are people like Christina Hoff Sommers, Camille Paglia, Cassie J, and Liana Kersner, who actually are self-identified feminists but can think for themselves, that don't see womanhood as a collective for the most part. If those feminists were in charge of feminism, I would be much more inclined to just be non-feminist, not anti-feminist. But as it so happens, instead we live in a society where people like the writers of the Mary Sue, Anita Sarkeesian, Eve Ensler, Gloria Steinem, and their ilk are the archetypes of feminism. And those people can promptly go fuck themselves in a pussy hat, which they put on themselves, so I'm not even being insulting there. But anyway, let's move along. And Brainstormer must have left the room, so now we wait. The times they are a change. Writers and critics who prophesize with your pen, keep your eyes wide, the chance won't come again, and don't speak too soon, for the wheels still in spin, and there's no telling who that it's naming. So you better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone, for the times they are a change.
Sorry, had to get pizza. Sokotal Gaming. I'm a woman, and I am bi, and I am German, Italian, and thin Native American, and I don't agree with her.
Okay, so to recap, Rachel, you don't have the disabled votes, you don't have the bisexual votes, you don't have the female vote, and you don't have the person of color vote. So you can fuck off, you privileged white bitch.
Oh,
By
you
your own
don't also have the class vote, working class stuff and all.
Yes. Nor do you necessarily have the middle class vote, because I'm fairly middle class, and you don't have my vote either. And not that it matters, but you don't have the religious minority vote either, because I am an occultist and you can fuck off.
Bye bye, Miss American Pie, Sokotal Gaming. I also have Asperger's syndrome.
Oh, she does?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't have the neuroatypical vote either there, Rachel.
Yeah.
I might potentially have something akin to that, but I've never been diagnosed with that. All I know is I took a test online to determine if I was on the spectrum, and I was in like 3 points of potentially being on the spectrum. And people who have been on the spectrum have this weird habit of gravitating towards me, because apparently I can understand them. So be that as it may, that's mostly anecdotal, but yeah, Rachel, fuck yourself. You don't get to speak for the women, you don't get to speak for the people of color, and you don't get to speak for the minority.
Yeah, sorry, I had to grab pizza. I was just kind of hungry and all.
Yes.
Remember the days of gatekeeping? Well, it's easy to remember since they're still happening, but in the grand scheme of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the idea of quizzing one fan over another has dissipated a bit. For fuck's sake, that's a thing. It's a thing. You test your merit on how much you know.
It's called metal testing and meritocracy, Rachel. It is the defining characteristic of geekdom. If you cannot tolerate geekdom, then you don't have to partake in geekdom. But please don't appropriate geekdom for the sake of victim status and then fail at the basic foremost hurdle of geekdom, which is passion, intellectualism, and meritocracy. Those are the three pillars of geekdom, and you've failed at them. At least one of them. And it's kind of the most important one. So fuck you.
So, Sobertano Gaming says, yeah, you can understand me. Cool.
I appreciate the sentiment. That is one more tally to add to the list of people on the spectrum who have told me that, including my former college roommate, one of my friends from college, and the person who wrote my theme song for my channel, actually, is also on the spectrum. Although he kind of got double whammy because he has ADD and Asperger's syndrome, so he is neurologically atypical to an nth degree.
Honestly, you come off as kind of a normal person to me. I was talking to Ahsoka. She comes off as just a regular old person to me.
Of course, we are communicating with her via text, so there might be.
That's true, but just personality-wise and all, she just seems like a regular person. So.
Yeah, I don't know how I would define what are the defining characteristics of someone on the spectrum. It's a little difficult. Anyway, moving on. We don't need to stare at the diagnostic abyss because dear God, the DSM is cancer now.
Right,
they've literally started calling toxic masculinity a psychological disorder.
For fuck's sake. Okay. Moving on.
Yes.
Right. With that comes a sigh of relief from many, including myself, because for years we were quizzed on our knowledge of all things nerdy because it was seen as a male thing. No.
It's because it's seen as a meritocratic thing wherein expertise and knowledge are the currency of how you determine things.
Right, okay. So the first time I like interjected into a conversation talking about a certain thing about comic books, right? I was underprepared. I wasn't as well versed in it as I thought I was at the time. And then I went and started doing research in comics and stuff to be more able to talk to those guys.
And as an example, how many times have I harangued you about reading more of the weird cosmic side of things?
Very much, yeah.
But pretty much probably every third conversation we've had since we met. And we met God damn it, almost 8 months ago.
Yeah. God damn.
Because it was March and it's November now. So April, May, June, July, September, October, 7 months, roughly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a test if you are a real fan and you don't just say you're a fan of this one thing.
Yeah, because people have this tendency of giving themselves the credibility of a fan without actually having to prove anything. And it pisses those of us that do devote large amounts of time, effort, and expertise to things off.
Also money.
Yes, like if you saw my room right now, you would think you had entered a museum because my geekdom when it comes to comic books and antiques is such that I have basically filled my room a small museum of all those things.
So
and I am
Sotown
quite
Gaming.
proud of that. Go
Yeah, if
ahead,
you see
sorry.
mine, well, if you see my room right before I get to the comments, it just looks like a regular room. Kinda. I mean, there's believe it or not, I'm actually kind of a slob in some aspects. But other than that, it's just like a regular room. Yeah. I keep my comics in like a filing cabinet in the dining room because I don't have anywhere to place them here in my room. Yeah.
I keep my trades on shelves, and then my individual issues I keep in this one big chest that I have. It's like a wooden. It's almost pirate-esque variety of chests. It's sort of a cross between a chest and a suitcase.
Okay, so Town Gaming, I have ADHD and Asperger. I just have a short fuse, and I can't handle stress that's much, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's a fairly common trait among, because I can remember times when my old college roommate would fly off the absolute handle over the smallest thing. Like he accidentally pricked his finger with, I think it was a paperclip one time, and he almost had an explosive freak out because he couldn't handle the stress. Although his autism was pretty, his autism is pretty severe. I still talk to him from time to time. Although the thing is, very often, especially with the severe cases of autism, especially the high functioning kind, they'll fixate on one or two topics, and they'll like obsess over those topics. So every time I talk to my old college roommate, it's about like movies and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, however, continuing with the article. Now, however, with this new ridiculous discussion over whether or not the films of the MCU are cinema, we're being gatekept once again.
Okay, not exactly phrased correctly, but I agree with the overall sentiment of what you're saying, Rachel. But
I as well. Oh God, that felt wrong to say.
to say that in any significant detail you agree with Rachel on something is horrifying and eldritch, like a long existential stare into the abyss.
And it just feels. It makes my it just tastes bad in my mouth to say it.
Be careful of those who fight monsters, lest you become them.
Right. Okay. So what were you?
When you stare long into the abyss stares back into you.
Right. So what were you gonna say, Dalton?
Just I agree largely with the sentiments that she's getting at here, but I wouldn't call it gatekeeping, because in many ways nerddom isn't really allowed, period, in film circles, despite the fact that many geeks are also geeks in terms of movies. So it's sort of hypocritical.
Many filmmakers.
It's less it's less an exercise in gatekeeping and more just simple elitism
than
anything. Artistic elitism, which isn't nearly the same thing. You're conflating two different kinds of, I guess we'll call it, discrimination for the sake of argument, Rachel. And you're making this personal because you have a very small frame of reference, it seems. And I wouldn't mind, except I think it kind of hurts the argument. And given that I actually agree with you on something for once, I really would prefer you not hurt the argument.
Um,
I am forced to share with you.
hear me out.
Red.
Hear me out. Women finally get to talk about Marvel movies. We're seeing female and people of color representation start to take over the previously white male sphere. And now suddenly they're not cinema. There's a problem with them.
Oh, for fuck's sake, woman. Their presence regarding women and people of color has nothing to do with whether they're qualified as sweetheart, they've not been qualified as cinema this entire time. I don't know if you've been paying attention to fucking anything, but ever since fucking Iron Man 1, people have been whining, when is the Marvel Cinematic Universe going to fuck up and fail and ruin the comic book movie genre along with it? Or when are people going to stop seeing all these comic book movies? When is there going to be superhero fatigue? When are comic book movies gonna grow up? Blah, 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 blah. Even back in the 2000s when the comic book movie genre wasn't even necessarily a thing yet, people were like, "See, these pathetic comic book movies will never be real art. They'll never be anything more than simple blockbusters to placate the stupid masses." And then when Marvel started proving people wrong, everyone started whining. And they haven't stopped whining this entire fucking time.
Hey, Don.
Sorry.
Oh no, I just wanted to ask you a question. Do you like apples?
Yes. Why?
Well, with what Rachel Frias said, how do you like them apples?
I like apples, but these appear to have gone rotten.
And props to anyone who can point out that reference of what I've just said.
It's Good Will Hunting.
God damn it, man.
I'm not an idiot.
You know, you could at least give the audience a chance.
Most people that would have gotten that would have gotten it already, and those that didn't get it probably wouldn't have gotten it because they probably haven't seen Good Will Hunting.
Actually, the first time I saw it was in my theater class freshman year of high school.
I've got to say, I hate that movie. That character is such an insufferable twit. Every time he's on screen, I want to punch him in the face.
That could just be Matt Damon.
I don't think it's Matt Damon because I like him in a lot of other things. The Martian is one of my favorite movies from like this past decade.
Okay, that's fair.
But Will Hunting as a character is the most insufferable, slack-jawed pseudo-jock that apparently inexplicably has a genius IQ I've ever had the misfortune of sitting through, and it like there's like an argument to be made for slackers when life isn't going your way and when everything is stacked against you. But when life gives you a genius IQ and the ability to read at a high level and all that shit, and you still only aspire to be a slack-jawed oaf and an imbecile, it irks me. It irks me on a level that I can't even. And also the stupid anti-intellectual argument that the Robin Williams character gives to him when Will has him bang to rights on book shit. The whole you don't know because you don't experience rah rah rah. Like, I'm sorry, but did you experience World War II? No, you learned about it in a history class. Does this change the fact that World War II is frankly fucking traumatizing to people who learn about and study it? No, because you don't need direct experience to learn things. You need intellectual curiosity and the ability to empathize to learn things. But you couldn't catch him out on a fucking intellectual point, so you pulled the "but my experience" card. Fuck off.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I really deeply hate that movie. So
I think the only good part that I really liked about it was Robin Williams.
yeah, Robin Williams did good with what he had, aside from that fucking anti-intellectual drivel he was given in that one scene. But
I don't remember that
yeah,
scene.
aside from that, like, and I liked the actress who was his like main squeeze, but aside from that, that movie sucks. Finding Forrester, which is made by the same director, was a much better movie.
Okay. Honestly, there aren't a lot of characters like the female people of color representation thing. For one thing, most of the characters I have liked so far in the last decade of the MCU have been white because they're actually well written characters. And
Yeah.
well, I do like Falcon just because he offers a good like banter with Captain America and the other Avengers.
Yeah, the race of a character has bumfuck nothing to do with anything.
And like again, two of my favorite characters from the Avengers stuff is Wanda Maximoff and Black Widow. Just simply how they're written.
Though I wish they would fucking give Wanda her reality warping powers already.
Honestly, I wish she would have gotten more attention.
Well, she's getting her own series, and she's gonna be hanging out with Doc in.
Oh yeah, prior to knowing that, I mean, I had wished she got more screen time.
And I still think she's going to be the main way that they introduce mutants to the MCU.
Right. Which is okay. Growing up, back to the article. Growing up, I had an older brother who dedicated our relationship to teaching me all about all things nerdy. My mom loves to tell the story about how he would say, "I'm going to teach him all about superheroes and Star Wars and Star Trek before I was born." Then it turned out that I was a girl. All he did was change him to her and kept the same mentality about me.
Your brother sounds like a very, very decent human being.
Yeah. Okay. I wish I got along with my sister that way. I wish, and it's just my sister and I, we were kind of different. Only thing we had,
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, the only thing we had in common was we tried to constantly fight each other, literally fight. See who was stronger. She would win. I'd let her win. I'm not just saying that.
I believe it. Like we have established, I am thoroughly convinced that you are the tougher of the two of us. So you will get no argument from me, and there is no force on this earth that could convince me to fight you.
Yeah.
But it amuses me that even back then you had the fighter impulse.
Yeah, I'll be honest. My sister and I were kind of like dogs in a sense. And when we were like in our single digit years. And there was a time where she and I fought with like swords, and she knocked me into a toilet.
Damn.
Yeah, I was wearing sweats too, so it was like,
ouch.
Yeah, so much water.
Water everywhere, and not a drop to drink.
Actually, a toilet the toilet water, when it's not used, of course, is actually pretty fresh. I've never done that, obviously.
Yeah, but yeah, it is a true factoid.
Yeah.
So it's a mildly cringe-inducing factoid, but it is a true factoid.
Sure, we've gone through times when I hit puberty and suddenly the heroes I loved flying around were also hot to me. Never forget my love of Tobey Maguire.
Speaking of someone who also, well, actually no, most of the heroes that I like are not hot. And most of the heroes I find hot, I don't really care for all that much. It's kind of an odd irony, but since the point was regarding Tobey Maguire, I will say that for my part, I always found Tobey to be way too fucking skinny. But I prefer larger guys and more sort of heavy built guys. So there's that.
You really are picky, aren't you?
Not really, just on those two things: pure of heart and physically strong and or tall.
Okay.
Beyond that, I do not give a fuck.
I'd still say that's kind of picky.
I have exactly two criteria, and that somehow is picky.
Oh no, it's just like I feel like that combination is kind of a far-fetched thing. It's hard to find those type of people.
It's rare, yes, but most things that are worth pursuing are rare because the world is.
You do realize, hey, Don, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to like.
No, I know. I'm playing devil's advocate.
I gotta type too. I'm just saying, not judging yours. I'm just.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, I got a little bit defensive there because people have actually told me that that's like unironically too much to ask for. To which my response is, it's two criteria. Am I not entitled to like two criteria?
It's a rare combination, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but rare things are worth fighting for. Case in point, my friends. Most people cannot tolerate me for more than 5 minutes. But occasionally I will find someone who apparently can tolerate me twice or 3 times a week for 30 plus episodes. Ugh.
Well, even more if you add in the soliloquies, one shots, other stuff too.
Well, I factored those in by saying like twice to 3 times a week, because back when we were doing soliloquies and one shots on separate days, that meant we were doing this 3 times a week.
Yep.
Which, given that we've never actually physically interacted, is quite a frequent amount of time to spend with somebody.
Funny enough, funny enough is that I never even planned to do this as a weekly thing. I just figured after the first one we could do it next week, and just kind of became a whole thing.
Yeah, it just clicked. But funnily enough, when I do make a friend, and that's not often, that's usually how it works. It just sort of clicks, and it keeps clicking until either I do something horrible to fuck it up, or it becomes so second nature that it's automatic. Hoping that this remains that second one, but
personally, I don't think you can fuck it up.
I appreciate your optimism.
Yeah. Okay. But that never stopped him from talking to me about all things deemed nerdy. To this day, I'll send him stuff on Captain America or Batman, and we scream about it together, much to my mother's distress.
Okay, your mother sounds like a judgmental bitch, and your brother still sounds awesome.
Okay, flash forward to now, and I respect that my brother never thought to look at me as though I wouldn't like the same nerdy shit he did.
No,
Okay.
because as the older brother, he realized it was his job to introduce you to geeky shit. In the funnily enough, and this is why this is funny to me, I basically did the same thing to my younger brother. Um, when he finally got to the age where we could hang out without him annoying the living shit out of me, I took it upon myself as the older brother to basically teach him what was good in life, and because I am such an art snob, that took the form of movies. So I basically made a psychological profile of my own brother, and based on that psychological profile, recommended him movies that I thought he would like.
Actually, it's the same thing with me with like comics. It's actually, well, it's like a bunch of different people that kind of helped me get into that, along with various different media, of course.
Yeah, and I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I do feel very protective of you in regards to, like, I do feel a weird sort of mentor-mentee relationship sometimes between us, because I kind of and again, I'm being a bit gushy, but when I see you, in a lot of ways I see in a lot of ways I recognize things that I did when I was your age, and I kind of want to save you the mistakes that I made when I was your age. So I try to be encouraging and shit, because nobody did that for me when I was a teenager, and I wish someone had. So this sentence started out so well, and now I don't know how to end it. Fucking hell.
You are a good friend, Dalton Mortimer.
I do my best. I don't always succeed, because normally people want to bash their head into walls when I make bad puns, but I do my best.
No, it's not really, again, like, it's more of why you disappoint me. Why?
Because someone has to, and it's the only way I can keep my mind sharp and focused on the things sometimes. So
Yeah.
making puns is actually pretty decent intellectual exercise, because it involves correlating two concepts usually to make the pun. And I may have just completely and totally overthought nature puns, but that's also what I do. Moving right along though, seriously.
Yeah. Ah, shit. What the fuck?
Rachel, your articles are good for very little else, but they are very good for making me and Brainstormer basically lapse into an AirStats therapy session.
I think I have a headache. Not
Are
from
you okay?
not from the article. God damn. No, okay, so backstory time. I was at work like a couple days ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's like a rack right above like the cleaning station I use to wash dishes
Mm-hmm.
for like holding cups and stuff, like trays and stuff for the cups.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I didn't notice until it happened, but my head was right under it. And as I moved my head up to get to somewhere else, the back of my head like hit it kind of hard.
You thwacked yourself basically.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not as bad as it was when it first happened, but like, it just feels like a part of my skull is kind of sore, or like I just got a headache.
Do be careful you're not concussed there, dude.
Oh, I've been concussed before, and I'm fine now. Granted, that was middle school.
Just again, in my role as your friend, I feel it necessary to point out that even if you can survive with a concussion, it's not neurologically advisable.
Oh, I know. I mean, I'm fine. I mean, just like it just
It's just a pain in the ass. Or
Yeah.
in the head, I suppose. In my
yeah,
case.
it's like those twitches you have when you're laying down.
You'd be surprised how often I have those.
That doesn't surprise me.
Actually, as part of my disability, sometimes my legs will get this weird jittery thing going on. It's called clonus. It's basically like a muscle spasm. So yeah, very often when I'm laying down, I'll have like just random spasms for no adequately explained reason. It's a pain in the ass, and well, pretty much everywhere else too.
Right. Okay, so kind of getting back to the article. All right. Flash forward to now. I would. Oh wait, I already read that, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay. He wanted to share something he loved with his little sibling, and that's exactly what he did. I didn't even really understand gatekeeping until I got to high school, and some guy thought I could only like Twilight and not Harry Potter too.
Because Twilight was the coded female fantasy franchise. So it was more common for women to like Twilight and not Harry Potter.
Actually, that's really funny because, oh wow, my mom had like the first like 2 DVDs of Twilight, in like her DVD collection. I watched that movie. Don't remember much of it anyway. I was like, keep in mind, I'm like 9 or so. So
I know my mom read all the books, and I have seen all the movies, mostly because Taylor Lautner is hot, and so is Kellen Lutz, who played Emmett. Yes, I know it's shameful because Twilight is shit, but damned if it's not pretty shit.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to picture pretty shit. So Justin Bieber.
No, speaking of my criteria again, too skinny, and effeminate and pathetic and just annoying.
Fair enough. I can't think of a pretty shit. I can't.
Well, I suppose if you like painted it rainbow and put a bunch of glitter on it and literally polished it, that would. So like Paris Hilton or like Lady Gaga. Well, actually, no. Gaga has some welly, like late stage Miley Cyrus. Pretty shit.
Ew.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're talking like the I came in like a wrecking ball version.
Yeah, the wrecking ball look. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's exactly where my brain went. Jinx.
Yeah. Okay. For the record, I was never into Twilight or Harry Potter at all. I thought both were boring and just not interesting.
I unfortunately had a very brief phase where I was into Harry Potter, and none of my cohorts in school would let me live it down. And like I say, as the token bi dude who prefers guys and is a hopeless romantic who likes chick flicks, I didn't mind Twilight on pure just guilty pleasure, levels.
Hey, I'm a hopeless romantic too, and yet I never liked Twilight, so don't really get a pass from me.
Well, but you also prefer women, so you have no incentive to ogle Taylor Lautner's abs and Kellen what's his height. So there's that.
Okay, fair, but still.
Yeah, I know. It's shameful, but the Yas Queen gay part of my brain like Twilight for whatever reason.
I might.
Intellectually and narratively, I know it's shit, and all the characters are insufferable, with the exception of maybe Jacob, who is the one likable character in the entire goddamn thing.
You you know what? The only thing that surprises me is that you have a part of your brain that is, Yas Queen. That seriously, that's the only thing that I find surprising.
Oh yeah, there is definitely a part of me that is stereotypically gay. Like,
Okay.
what 1 year when in my one weekend of my senior year of high school, we found out our local theater was doing a production of Swan Lake, the ballet, and I convinced my mom to take me to it because I like ballet and musical theater.
Oh yeah, that's amazing stuff. I've gone to a few musical theater stuff. First thing I remember going to was Midsummer Night's Dream. It was completely ballet. There was no dialogue or anything. No, it's a Midsummer's Night Dream.
Yeah. Yes.
And when I was in freshman year, I went to see a musical version of Young Frankenstein.
A musical version of Young Frankenstein.
Oh yeah, it was amazing. I loved it. I actually missed a few things at the theater, at the major performing theater in my city. I'm sure you guys know what Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Of course.
Yeah, they were here in my city.
Sweet.
I didn't know until it was like a day after. Like I saw the poster on the theater. And apparently Jeff Dunham was here too.
As in Silence, I Kill You?
Yeah, the ventriloquist guy. He was there.
You lucky bastard.
I fucking missed it. I didn't even know. And that pisses me off. Because it was this month, too. I missed it. It was early this month, and I missed it.
Aha.
Pisses me off. I gotta check if that place has a website so I can look on a few times a week.
In my college 1 year, the physicist Michio Kaku, the Asian guy you see in a lot of the science documentaries, he actually came to my school and did an interview. We got to meet him afterwards. He did a book signing.
Mm-hmm.
He seemed like a cool guy, honestly.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's a disappointment of my life.
Well, there will be other opportunities to meet famous people, I'm sure.
It wasn't even about that. It's just if I had known earlier, I would have saved up the money. I mean, I have enough money saved up probably now, but still.
Well, it's kind of like how I've always wanted to see Jerry Seinfeld do stand up, but right around the time I decided I wanted to have that happen, he decided to not do college anymore, and that was right around the time I was doing college, so that kind of put a damper on that. Because Jerry Seinfeld is one of my favorite comedians. I know he's very safe and not very edgy in terms of comics, but he makes good points and he's funny. So what can you do? Anyway, let's get back into Rachel and her whining that she ever needed to demonstrate her love of things.
Right. It's a mentality that men have where they think they have to quiz someone who doesn't fit into their idea of the norm.
No, sweetheart, it is a mentality that nerds have. Because nerds like knowing the power levels, if you like, of other nerds. And what's more, and this is why I suspect you're not very nerdy despite your brother's best efforts. Real nerds like sharing their knowledge of things with other nerds. So when someone asks me, "Hey Dalton, can you talk about Sandman, or can you talk about like the mystical side of the DC or Marvel universe?" I don't feel put out by that. I ramble on for 2 hours incessantly if and when anyone asks me that. And then they very often regret having ever asked me that because they were not prepared for the level of geekery that I could bestow upon them in those regards. Or if Eglantine says, "Hey, you want to talk about some Disney stuff?" I am right there pretty much every time because I am a Disney geek as well. Because again, very stereotypically gay, and so on and so forth. But yeah,
I'm sorry. I just gotta bring this up. Every time he says that, I know it's like a little part of you, but for some reason, the reason why every time you say you're a little bit stereotypically gay, it's just my mind automatically thinks like the image of you in like those jorts, jean shorts, and like the weird tied pink tank top. Where it's like it's tied in that way.
Oh yeah, no, I don't wear t-shirts.
That's just what I pictured. That's all.
Instead, what you should be picturing is like me in a suit that like Prince would wear, with like the flamboyant purple and shit like that.
I just thought of another thing that might probably piss you off.
Go ahead.
Like for the hat, because I know you would always be wearing a hat.
Yes.
Like it would be like kind of like a Jack Sparrow's hat with like a very big yellow or like purple, maybe yellow and purple feathers.
The word you're looking for is a tricorner hat. That's what those are called.
Yeah.
And yes, I wouldn't mind wearing one of those. I also wouldn't mind wearing a powdered wig, but I'm also kind of weird, so there's that.
Well, honestly, the way I usually picture you is kind of like, well, yeah, wearing like a kind of very fancy suit, maybe, but also kind of with like a cape of sorts to kind of insinuate the.
I wouldn't mind wearing a cape if I could get away with it regularly.
Yeah,
I also wouldn't mind wearing a trench coat. But I wouldn't go for like a standard color trench coat. I'd want it to be like a flamboyant color, like purple or red.
Yeah. Again, like the cape, and just like a really nice fedora or like top hat, and like with the handlebar mustache and nice goatee.
Well, not just a goatee. I have a full beard, which I needed to trim at some point in the near future. It's getting kind of unruly.
Honestly, it's just, again, like I always picture you kind of like a formal warrior sorcerer.
I appreciate your mental images, because I try desperately to get other people to see me like that, and for some reason it doesn't go into their brains, but you picked up on it naturally. Yeah, you.
Yeah. Do we have anything? I'm sorry for interrupting. It's just, again.
No. This is one of those cases where the sidebars are more interesting than the
article.
And also, I love how usually our friendly banter, it devolves into us basically giving each other therapy and encouragement. 'Cause that's just how that works, apparently. But
Yeah.
hey, it's cheaper than actually paying for fucking therapy. So if this is what we do to feel good about ourselves every week or so, then so be it.
Yeah, okay. And for the first time in a really long time, it didn't feel that way with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. We were all in this together. We all grew and learned about these heroes, and sure, throughout the growth of the MCU, many of us went to the comics to learn more about them. But there was still a level of understanding that many of us were experiencing this together, and no one really questioned our love of Marvel.
Um, you
Yes, and
you might be surprised, dear, because I can tell you that as a Doctor Strange fan, when I try to explain to some filthy casuals who only see the movies, why Benedict Cumberbatch isn't a good Doctor Strange, and they look at me as though I've tried it a second head, it gets really, really tedious.
right.
Really, really quickly.
So keep in mind, I am technically one of those filthy casuals in terms of Doctor Strange.
Yeah, but then again, most people are. But
Yeah, well,
you're at least willing to uncasual yourself eventually. So
right. Well, also, I have watched a lot of various things that feature Doctor Strange.
yeah, probably the best adaptation of him, in my opinion, is still the Spider-Man the Animated Series episode where he shows up.
Are we talking like 90s or Ultimate?
The 90s one
Okay.
that was just entitled Doctor Strange. Incidentally, Wong in that episode was voiced by George Takei.
Mr. Sulu, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He is the stereotypical Asian person who frequently goes, "Oh my."
Oh, I know. Yeah, that's a meme at this point.
Yeah.
He was also the pilot for the Enterprise, I believe.
Yeah. That reminds me of a bad joke from Family Guy where like an Asian laundromat person refers to Star Trek as the Mr. Sulu show.
That's funny.
Family Guy is bad now, but it used to have the occasional moment.
Yeah. A part of me remembers the Robot Chicken sketch that involved prostate exams, and Mr. Sulu was hilarious in that one.
Jokes.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get through Rachel so we can actually move to something that might be positive.
Yeah. All right. Well, actually, do we have anything to say about this one, or?
Like I said, you'd be surprised because the genuine fans who remember these characters from the comics really get annoyed by the casuals like unknowingly intruding, and then the thing that annoys me about them is people who see the movie and then act as though they've been fans of that character for years without actually bothering to do any research. Because like I understand being late to the party on geek shit. Like I didn't know about Doctor Who until basically the 11th Doctor showed up. But what separates me from the new Whovians who honestly think that Christopher Eccleston is the third Doctor, is when I got into Doctor Who, I binged basically every Wicca that I could get my hands on until I had a nigh on encyclopedic knowledge of Doctor Who. And I watched as much of Classic Who as I could find on the internet and so on and so forth until I had a working knowledge of Doctor Who. And that's how I deal with every franchise.
Right.
Some people who aren't nerds by their nature don't have that impulse to become expert in whatever they adopt as their fandom, and it's those people that annoy me,
Right. So
especially in the age of the internet where information is literally a couple clicks away.
so Black Panther. I was not a big fan of. I did not have much knowledge of that character. I remember the character from some cartoons I had watched growing up. Not much.
Yeah, and that's saying something because Black Panther shows up even less than Doctor Strange does.
Yeah, and so when the movie came, well, when he first appeared in Civil War, he was pretty cool. And I mean, I didn't do much research at that time. Wasn't really. Again, I still wasn't interested enough in the character until like the movie. And even now, I'm willing to admit I don't know a lot about the character, but I did do research on like runs and stuff, and would watch videos talking about that character.
Yeah. And in the age of the internet where that shit is a couple of clicks away, honestly, people have no excuse. So yeah, that kind of casual intellectual laziness where you don't do any research or don't feel invested enough to do any research in things you profess to like does piss those of us that did the research and did the work right the fuck off.
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe just might just be me, but I never really. Black Panther just didn't grip me, I guess.
Huh?
Black Panther just didn't grip me.
Well, he was hardly in anything until the movie. So
Yeah, even from the movie, it didn't grip me.
I remember pretty much being gripped by Doctor Strange from the get-go, even before I was into magic. Sadly though, when I was going through my physics phase, I actively avoided anything that was magic based because in my 9-year-old brain, I didn't think that magic and science could coexist peacefully. And it is for this offense that I constantly mentally kick myself. Because that is possibly the single stupidest and single most counterproductive thing I have ever thought about anything in my life.
Mm-hmm. So, back to the article.
Yeah.
All right. Now, suddenly, after decades of superhero movies where white men flew high and proud or became detectives of Gotham, these movies are suddenly not worthy of respect.
Again, Rachel, the point of non-respect has nothing whatsoever to do with the representation in said movies. Comic book movies, just like every other fucking genre, and that is the other thing. This happens with literally every other fucking genre. This is the growth cycle of a genre. You see one or two movies that aren't really in that particular genre but are inching towards that genre, sort of open up the possibility of that genre existing. Then you see a few more movies sort of testing the water a couple years later and sort of inching away from other movies that already exist. Then one or two movies hits well and we're off to the races and that genre becomes the dominant genre in Hollywood for a while. And all the while the old guard film press goes, "No, this will never conceivably be real art. How dare they?" And then, slowly but surely, the genre proves itself, and slowly but surely, the genre essentially runs out of steam. Then, cut to the old guard film press, and they say, "Oh, Hollywood is so dead now that there is no dominant genre. I wish some new variety of dominant genre would come along." And then Hollywood goes, "Hold my beer." A new genre is allowed to be introduced, and the cycle begins all over again because every new successive genre, for some reason, pisses off the old guard. Never mind that they've done this dozens upon dozens of times with everything from horror movies to comic book movies, but they keep doing it and they keep not learning from their own mistakes. But yeah, none of this has anything to do with representation. It has to do with people's aristocratic pomp and circumstance over what is and is not real art, in air quotes, as though they have the authority to deem on high what art is. And if you wish to address that, my darling, that would do people a world of good. But unfortunately, I don't think you're going to. And why? Because you, Rachel, have been committing this exact same fallacy for at least as long as we've been covering you. Because I remember distinctly a couple times where I've dinged you for appeals to authority. And it's the exact same shit in this case.
You know what? You know what's funny? She brings up Superman. You know, white men flying and all.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fucking alien.
And Jewish. If we're going by what Siegel and Schuster intended, and
Oh
also,
yeah. He is Jewish. Yeah.
and also how he looked, and also the fact that Adolf fucking Hitler referred to him as a Jew.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Well, holy fuck! They've really gotten Superman wrong all these years.
So yeah. When your character pisses off the OG Hitler, I think you can waive the "mo white man" ism, because especially by like progressive social justice standards, getting told the fuck off by Hitler and not going away might as well be a badge of honor now. Or have you forgotten your tendency to turn literally everyone who disagrees with you into Nazis unironically? Well, actual literal Nazis disliked Superman, so you should respect Superman on that basis, at least.
Okay. Boy. Plus, there have been other characters that have taken up the mantle of Superman that are quote unquote people of color.
Yes, like Steel.
hmm There was also like a couple of different versions of Superman who were black. Can't remember the names though, unfortunately.
And there was one that was Asian,
hmm
and there was one that was communist.
Yeah. The Superman archetype from Milestone, Icon.
Mm-hmm.
So, just point being made is that, plus Batman's had a ton of different other people that have taken up the mantle too.
Yeah.
All right, moving forward. Why? Because women are slowly starting to be represented. Because the next phase of Marvel includes multiple heroes of color in Disney, and Marvel are in some ways starting to listen to fans and giving us the heroes we see represented in their comics. Yeah, their comics are shit now and totally failing.
And funny how when you say things like listen to the fans, you get to say it. But when we say things like listen to the fans, we are morally repugnant buzzword 1, 2, and 3.
Isn't morally repugnant also buzzwords?
Well, yeah, but I was trying to describe the nature of the buzzwords they use. It's some kind of to borrow a fun phrase from Gary over at Nerdrotic Channel, anistophobe.
Seems your cat agrees.
Apparently. What kid? Yes, okay. Sorry, she wanted attention.
All right. I'm worried about Disney in the upcoming phases, just on the fact that I think there's been kind of a downward decline in quality lately.
I'm really hoping that Marvel was taking notes when Joker was succeeding.
Yeah, me too. But again, I'm not holding out hope, unfortunately.
I am. I mean, they managed to be relatively stable for almost 10 years, so maybe they just need a little bit of an attitude adjustment.
Yeah.
And Joker will hopefully teach Marvel to put on a happy face. I had to, you understand?
Yep. I'm honestly just too tired at the moment to give you a disappointed look.
He's too tired to even fire up the disappointed look, folks. Oh no.
That's the same thing. You know what? I'm going to try that on my kids. Say I'm just too tired to give you a disappointed look. And that'll make them feel even worse. That you're not, like, I'm just too tired that you're not even worth being disappointed at.
The effort to stoke the unending fires of disappointment.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It doesn't seem fair, and I feel like even trying to fight this makes me sound whiny, but for years I've had to listen to men go, "Did you know that Bucky Barnes is from Indiana?" I did not. And no, he's not.
Also, darling, you don't sound whiny because you're complaining about this. Again, I agree with you in regards to the merit of comic book movies.
Yeah.
I disagree with you, and the part that makes you sound whiny is but women's and minorities.
Fuck off.
And this is coming from minorities, and if Ahsoka is still here, a woman.
She is not, unfortunately, but I think sentiment still stands.
Yes. I would be stunned to find out that Ahsoka disagreed, given that she was quite vehemently just agreeing a little bit ago.
Yeah. But ultimately, yeah, honestly, is Bucky Barnes from Indiana? I thought he was from New York, like Steve. Was that changed from the movies?
I think so. I'd have to look it up. Bucky is not my area.
I'm looking it up.
I'd be interested to see if any superheroes come from PA.
Well, actually, if he is, then that's cool because I'm from Indiana and all. So.
Yes. Now I'm imagining a version of you with the super soldier serum. It's not very different from.
Actually, I'd have muscles.
But I suppose. Huh?
I'd have muscles.
Well, you've described yourself already as having a bruiser body, so.
Yeah, of course. So my arms are noodles. It's like a box had string. What? It's like a box with strings.
Well, I mean there are ways to go about fixing that.
I'm too lazy to. Okay. Yeah, he was born in Indiana. That's cool. Where? Yeah, Army brat. Yeah. I guess in the Marvel, it made more sense that they grew up together as best friends because they're the same age. While Bucky in the comics was younger than Cap.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I don't know how to read, and now that I finally have a leg up in this race and can talk about my superheroes who are part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I'm being silenced by white male directors and white male actors who like to think that the MCU isn't up to their archaic standards of cinema.
Okay, half of that was a very good point, Rachel, and half of that was identitarian woo. Can you guess which half?
Honestly, again, like I'm going to play devil's advocate for this. It's not so much their standards are archaic. I just think they kind of got lost due to them being they've gotten to that kind of star status in terms
Well,
of.
yeah, it's the fact that they basically see themselves as artistic aristocrats is the problem, and now they deem on high and don't feel the need to relate to the peasants.
If only we had more Quentin Tarantinos and Mel Gibsons.
Yes, and quite a few more Todd Phillipses.
Here. But yeah, ultimately, she's not wrong on the sense that the upper echelon of Hollywood filmmakers and stuff who, for the record, haven't made any movies since their height when they were like in their mid-20s to early 30s.
Yeah, Scorsese is trying to make The Irishman stick, and it's not happening.
Yeah. But again, it's laced with this kind of vile like white men hating kind of attitude.
That's the thing. She's focusing on the white and the male rather than the pompous aristocratic.
Yeah.
It's the conflating of defending comic book movies with her moral framework that's the issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you know how many times I've had to show my tattoos to men to shut them up? Context. I need context for that. I assume like their tattoos are like superheroes and stuff.
Assuming, yeah, some kind of superhero tattoos there.
But the thing is, just because you have a tattoo of comic books or something from like comic books or something like that, doesn't mean.
Especially if it's the more famous or common super. Because like I don't mean to be an elitist, but it takes another notch or two of geekdom to love an obscure character than it does to love a character that everyone.
You know what? I would totally get a tattoo of Moon Knight on me.
I wouldn't get a tattoo because I don't like the notion of permanently scarring my skin. I don't even like the notion of tanning. I am ridiculously pale.
Oh, it's funny that you actually mentioned that because I don't tan often, but I do tan. Not recently because I've been kind of a inside guy doing work for like writing and stuff. So
well, but also you kind of have at least some natural advantage at tanning because of the Mexican part and possibly the Native American part of you as well. Dear God, that sounded racist.
really, it did. It really did. But again, statement has to be made. Don has a pass. He's been given a pass.
I am sorry for how racist that sounded. It didn't.
Like when you were saying it, I thought, was he doing this on purpose? Like,
well, part of me assumed that if it did sound racist, it would be taken as humor, but then I heard it and it was just like, oh no. But
well, I figured you were making a joke. I really
what I meant was those races tend to already have naturally darker or predisposed to tanning skin, therefore tanning will be easier as a result.
That doesn't sound any better, right?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. But everyone shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. He has a pass. White boy has a pass.
Okay, now we're even. You just referred to me as a white boy.
I do that with a couple of my other friends who are also white.
Which is hilarious. Oh God, I love you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Do you know how many? Yeah. Okay. So, granted, yeah, probably I wouldn't get that. Just again, I have a kind of a phobia of needles. But also because I have a family member who has gotten tattoos before, and they have told me that it does hurt a lot, like after the initial thing, and he had to go back a few times to get it done.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was on his arm too. So
Yeah, like I said, I just don't like marking my skin, and I don't believe in anything enough to
yeah, I
mark
do.
my skin.
I do think Don is right. It takes more of a nerd to get an obscure character than a
Mainstay character.
Thank you. Yeah. So for me, either way, if I were to get a tattoo, probably either Moon Knight. Even though I've not really read much of his work, I am interested in the character though. I've been trying to look up stuff to get. But either Moon Knight, Spawn, or maybe Ghost Rider. And I realize Spawn and Ghost Rider have kind of gotten more into mainstream as of late. But like they're like some of my
But there's still a few notches down on the old ladder there.
Yeah, they're just like some of my favorite characters.
That once again reminds me of the Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider. He kind of reminds me of you.
If I'm being completely honest, I would like to get a tattoo of like the design for the Spirit of Vengeance Ghost Rider. You know, like the charred skull with the flames and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I realize it's Nicolas Cage, but still, it looked really good in the film.
Yeah, I just wish it were the better version of Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider, which is the first one.
Okay.
Mm.
Where was I?
Tattoos.
Right. How many times they quiz me, and only time they'll be quiet is if a man tells them I'm a nerd. I was wearing an Indiana Jones shirt, and a man thought that was an open invitation to start asking me questions to see if I really knew anything about the movies. Again, it's just testing your mettle to test if you actually know or if you're a fake geek. Not just a fake geek girl, but a fake geek in general.
Yes, they happen. They are the majority audience for things like The Big Bang Theory. Which isn't to say that Big Bang Theory doesn't have its moments. I genuinely will defend the first 3 seasons of Big Bang Theory. It's fine.
I watched. I had season 2 on DVD box set. Wasn't bad.
I've got the first 5 seasons on DVD.
Well, I said I had season 2. I lost it.
Yeah, I've got the first 5 seasons on DVD because the first 3 seasons I think are genuinely good, and the 4th and 5th season are still watchable. Beyond that, it got way too much into relationship melodrama, and I could not be bothered to give a fuck.
I just didn't like any of the characters.
Interestingly, I got into Big Bang Theory because my cousin started referring to me as Sheldon. Which I suppose fits. Although to be fair, I'm kind of halfway stuck between Sheldon and Raj.
Honestly, I'm surprised to make an obscure reference to a Big Bang Theory episode. C.P. Herman. No, is it CP3 Herman? I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember the reference itself because it's been a while. But anyway,
that reference fizzled quite well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Again, it's something we have to reiterate every time. Like, I don't know a lot about Indiana Jones movie, and someone asks me a question, I'm going to go look it up.
Or if I do know things about the Indiana Jones franchise, I am going to gleefully share my Indiana Jones knowledge in the hopes that the person who asked that question is someone who also knows the answer. And therefore we will bond over. Like, okay, how many times have we bonded over obscure shit?
A lot.
Yeah, just all of the times. So this is how geek people bond with one another. We find someone, one person in all the world that gets the things we're into, and we keep them close because that is such a rare commodity that it is to be treasured. And the fact that to be a nerd also to some extent means being socially awkward also means that those who we find who we can get along with, we treasure. Because that is how human connection works when you are socially awkward introverts with odd specializations. But
Yeah.
you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. Because I've met jocks who have literal friends in every circle imaginable, and they don't know anything beyond the surface level of each one of their friends, and it baffles me. How can you call someone a friend if you don't at least know some of the ins and outs of their mind or the ins and outs of their inner turmoils and so forth? That's, to me, that's what a friend, that's the qualifier for a friend. A friend is someone you would take a bullet for if necessary.
Yeah.
But apparently all of this human connection was lost entirely on you, Rachel. Why am I not surprised?
Okay. Hmm. If I were a man, that would never happen, and that's not fair. Fuck you. Yes, it would have. Okay. I've been. Okay. I've had that situation happen to me, and I felt like a jackass for not knowing anything.
And how did he resolve this situation, ladies and gentlemen? He learned things. Or he sought out people that learned things. Or he made it a point to hang out with people who know the things, and therefore he shall by proxy gain a means to know the things. I can't imagine the number of times. Okay, like just before we came on air, actually, he was telling me about his story, his saga of fables. I kept making references to Lord of the Rings, and I could tell he was kind of confused as to what reference I was making. So I ended up basically spurging an entire paragraph section of stuff from the Silmarillion, which is deep Lord of the Rings lore, just because I found it to be an interesting comparison. So yeah, now he knows more about the Silmarillion.
Well, I know of it. Again, it's just I was never a big fan of Lord of the Rings, so I never really got into it. I would be willing to research it, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that I haven't really had much need to research it.
Obviously, I'm a fairly big Lord of the Rings fan because, you know, I did that whole alternative backstory for one of its characters thing, which is probably the best thing I've ever written and published.
Yeah, at some point in the future, maybe if I'm drunk or something, we're gonna have to read your biography.
Well, I suppose the torture will be fair eventually.
Yeah.
But if we're still doing this and stuff when you're of drinking age, I am so totally going to buy you a drink. I don't know how. I don't know if you're going to come over to my neck of the woods or I'm going to find my way over to Indiana, but somehow I am going to buy you a drink when you turn 21 because I feel that as your friend, it's part of my job to be there to help with the rites of passage and things.
Hmm.
Plus, I want to save you some time wading through some shit beers, because there are a lot of shit beers and things. But
I feel like the
I
first one is going to be a shit beer.
most likely, um, my first beer, I actually when I turned 21, we did a wine tasting because we actually live up nearby Seneca Lake, which is one of the Finger Lakes. And for those that don't know, Finger Lakes wines and beers are extremely highly prized in America. So yeah, we went up and we did a wine tasting. So the first alcohol I had was wine, but um, later on for lunch that day, my mom gave me a sip of her Red Light, which, to say nothing else, do not drink light beer. Light beer basically just tastes like rainwater, like bitter, bitter grain water. Not good.
I was offered champagne when I was like 10 or 11.
Ooh, champagne's delicious.
Oh no, I refused it.
Well, good for you. But when you become of legal drinking age, don't say no to champagne. Champagne's tasty.
Remember there being rum in my fridge once. Again, didn't drink it, just saw it there.
Rum is something I cannot handle. Like I tried alcoholic eggnog, just recently for the first time, and it had rum in it, and it was too much. Rum burns the back of your throat and basically tastes like paint thinner.
Why did pirates drink it so much?
Hmm?
Why did pirates drink it so much then?
The Well, now you've asked the question, so I'm gonna have to go through the lengthy historical diatribe to answer it. The reason why rum is so heavily associated with pirates is because pirates, of course, particularly those that sailed around the Caribbean islands, um, were very were often very poor, and the Caribbean islands is where the majority of sugarcane was distilled. Now, if you take molasses or blackstrap, particularly, and you make it into an alcohol, what you end up getting is rum. So that's largely the reason why, because the I believe it was West the English West India Company put a bunch of rum distilleries and sugarcane distilleries on Caribbean islands and said Caribbean islands would be taken over by pirates, and then the pirates, who were quite thrifty because they were poor, drank the rum. Also because for the longest time water was frequently contaminated, so people would often drink alcoholic beverages or distilled beverages because that would purify the water.
Okay. So we move on? Because I feel like if we continue on with these sidebars, it just...
We shall proceed.
Okay. So yes, excuse me that I, for the first time in a really long time, feel as if I can openly talk about Marvel and be respected. Okay, no one's saying that you're not to be respected. It's just more of, do you have merit for respect?
Yes. Have you earned respect or not?
Yeah.
And incidentally, Rachel, you may know Marvel back to front, but that does not mean I respect you. In order for me to respect you, love, you would need to have a lot more merit as an intellectual entity.
I don't.
And
Oh no, I thought you were done, so I was gonna read more, but okay.
no, it's just, and you don't, Rachel. You don't. You really, really don't. you are. I'm going to be charitable and say confused very frequently. But moving on.
I don't have to flash my Spider-Man tattoo to shut someone up. I can talk about the demon in a bottle storyline for Tony Stark and not be questioned about it. Also, the definition of cinema is the production of movies as an art or industry, which means that by definition, these movies fall into the category of cinema.
Yes, once again, on this point, I agree with you, Rachel. And why the fuck are you conflating these two things? Also, again, Spider-Man tattoo, not actually very nerdy.
No. You know what?
Spider-Man is one of the most normie superheroes out there. So
Right. You know what tattoo you should get? Like in terms of if you want like the kind of tattoo that you should get is like Okay, I had it. Hold on. Okay, the kind of tattoo probably that would be really cool to have, like on like a shoulder, on the back of a shoulder or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know that poster "We Can Do It" one,
Mm-hmm.
right? Have that pose, but have it be with I'm thinking either Rogue or She-Hulk.
Interesting.
Now I realize those characters are well known in some sense, but I just thought that'd be a really cool tattoo. It just came to my mind. Plus, technically, it has that kind of feminist spin to it. So
yeah, so it would definitely appeal to Rachel, and I would throw in maybe get some wrist tattoos that are like Wanda Maximoff's like red magic from the comics.
Or you could get a tattoo of like Spider-Man's web slingers, like the original '60s design.
Or how get a version of the bioweb shooters on your wrists.
Yeah. Or better yet, you know what? If you want to get a tattoo of a spider character, maybe well, okay, maybe like
Spider-Gwen.
No, maybe like Kane or something, like the original like '90s version of Kane from the Clone Saga.
I like Kane so much. He's probably my favorite Spider character.
Yeah, it's such an interesting character, and they really don't do a lot with him. I think
no, they don't.
For the Spider-Verse event, they killed him off in like the first issue. But I'm talking about like the Spider Slayer design they had for like the '90s one.
Yeah,
you can have that one.
Mm-hmm.
Or better yet, maybe Azrael from Nightfall, like the Batman design there.
Or hell, speaking of female characters that not many people know, Clea.
Who?
Doctor Strange is on again, off again, wife/girlfriend, niece of Dormammu, is actually an extra-dimensional like demon goddess.
Right. I remember now. Yeah, you told me about her. It just took me a minute for it to click. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. But you see how even you had to go, wait, what? See, that would be a good obscure character to get tattooed somewhere.
Yeah.
And then if people come up to you and geek out about that, you know they have a greater degree of nerd cred, certainly.
Yeah. Plus, there are a lot of very obscure X-Men characters.
Like even Ilyana Rasputin magic would be pretty obscure as far as things go.
Yeah, there's also a character called Forget-Me-Not, I believe, is his name.
Mm-hmm.
Effectively, it's a mutant who's forgotten as soon as you take your eyes off of him.
Which has got to be the most annoying fucking thing for anyone that wants to make friends.
Yeah, he's literally been an X-Men for years and has fought side by side with the greats. And only one who remembers him is Professor Xavier, only because Xavier has to use his mental powers constantly.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Like if you get a tattoo of him, even though I think he's kind of looks like a basic guy in like the classic X-Men suit,
Mm-hmm.
it's an obscure enough a character that if people saw it as a tattoo, they'd ask, or get like original design, like use the original design of Legion from the comics.
Yeah, or that one mutant who can like give himself other mutants' powers by drawing like things onto himself, because that would be extremely meta. A tattoo of a tattoo powered mutant.
Mm-hmm. You know what? So you know how I'm like kind of interested in like kind of horror stuff, not like extremely, but enough.
Mm-hmm.
I would, and this is like a comic book. This is a comic book villain, Dollmaker, like the comic design of Dollmaker.
Ooh, fun.
Yeah. All right. Enough of us like geeking out about like what kind of tattoos you could get. But
In all honesty, I'd probably just get some kind of weird mystical sigils tattooed if I was gonna get tattooed.
yeah. Honestly, there was a time where I thought maybe getting angel wings on my back. I'm
Okay.
yeah, I'm serious. I don't know why I thought angel wings.
Hmm.
My mom got a lot of tattoos. Think about it.
My mom has a couple. She has one on her back that's like 3 stars down her spine, and each one represents me and my brothers.
Mm.
Apparently.
My mother got a rose down her spine, a lion on her, I think one of her shoulders, my name on her, I think a couple other names on like her arm. Like my name was like on her collarbone.
Abbreviated or the whole thing?
I think it was just my first name.
Ah.
It's been a while, so I don't really remember.
Oh, that's right. You don't live with your mom, do you?
Moving on.
Yeah, better had, I guess.
Demon in the Bottle is a very well-known story.
Well, I mean, as far as Iron Man stories go, which isn't to say much because most Iron Man stories aren't
Memorable.
well. It's kind of like Doctor Strange stories. Like I could sit here and I could tell you about um
Into
I could tell you
Shambhala.
about Into Shambhala, or I could tell you about Triumphant Torment, or I could tell you about um, the Bottle Imp, which is kind of ironic considering the Demon in a Bottle is already an Iron Man story. Or I could tell you about the time Doctor Strange went off to fight a mystical war, or any number of other storylines. But most
What
people,
about Brother Voodoo? Do you know anything about him?
I do, I don't. Okay, here's the thing. I like Brother Voodoo as a character. I dislike they default to him every time Doctor Strange fucks something up, and he gets Sorcerer Supreme because reasons. Um,
I thought he was like someone who was trained under Doctor Strange, and when Doctor Strange would either leave or died or something, he became Sorcerer Supreme.
well, here's the thing, and this is why I wish they would give Brother Voodoo kind of more of his own identity. Um, because in the Marvel universe, just like everywhere, there are different kinds of magic, and uh, Jericho, is it Jericho or is it um Daniel? One of the drums, which is Brother Voodoo, was actually trained not as a sorcerer first, but as a Hungan, which is essentially a voodoo priest. And he's essentially the Hungan Supreme of Haiti, which is a similar role, but not exactly the same. So I would like to see the Marvel Universe version of voodoo more often, rather than just, haha, I'm a sorcerer now, lol.
Mhm.
And yes, he did train under Strange, but at the time he wasn't even a full Hungan either, so he was just sort of a novice in multiple directions, which does not a Sorcerer Supreme make.
Right.
There have even been times when Wiccan has taken over for Strange, and he's a fucking teenager.
Let's see.
Don't get me wrong, I love Wiccan. He's absolutely adorable, and hopefully in Wiccan forever, but like, goddamn.
Okay. So yeah, it's just I've heard "Demon in the Bottle" as a reference to a great Iron Man story many times, which from what Dalton has said, yeah, it's not exactly that hard to get an iconic Iron Man story because there aren't many. But
Yeah, there are a lot of Iron Man stories that I imagine Iron Man fans could rattle off, but none that are gonna stick with people quite as much as Demon in a Bottle.
yeah, where we got, I believe, where we were because of that, we got Rhodey as Iron Man for some time.
Yes, and we also got Drunk Tony.
Yeah.
Which is best Tony in my opinion.
So you like an alcoholic?
No, it's just it fits his asshole persona more to be a drunk.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, and the cinema thing we've covered. All in all, we do agree. It's just more within the context is kind of a problem. Do you have anything else to add to that?
No, next.
Okay.
But
To put it frankly, it's bullshit and I'm exhausted. If I want to talk about the character arc of Tony Stark from Iron Man to Avengers Endgame, or write a think piece on how Bucky Barnes wouldn't have wanted the Shield in the MCU despite his connection to it in the comics, that's my right. Okay, yeah. Again, I agree. I agree. I agree. Oh God.
Just let it out, Brainstormer. Just let it out. I've managed it a few times. You can definitely manage it.
I agree. Okay, there. I said it. God damn it! I had to punch myself just to say it.
Don't abuse yourself, please.
But yeah, I kind of agree with her on the. She can make those arguments, and it is also within the right of others to offer counter arguments to have a discussion. You know?
Yes. Because you can't just assert things from on high and act as though they're unassailable. You actually have to defend your point of view sometimes. Sometimes, Rachel, your point of view is provably wrong.
Right. And okay, just to bring up a thing, since you mentioned Endgame, right?
Mm-hmm.
You and I, while we do agree that Avengers Endgame isn't the best, you don't particularly like it. Well, I enjoy it. Not like I don't love it, but it's enjoyable.
You're mostly neutral on it.
Yeah. And we can have a discussion about that and like kind of bring up our points on why it's good, why it's bad, yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, we do agree on that it's not as good it could have been.
Yes. But nor is it as bad as Thor 1 and 2 or Captain Marvel or even the Ed on the Hulk.
Again, with those list of movies, I can make arguments for those too. Not for the last two, obviously, but for the first Thor movies, maybe. And there are movies Dalton likes that I don't. Ragnarok, Ant-Man and the Wasp. Well, actually, I haven't really seen Ant-Man and the Wasp since a while back, so it's not as fresh in my mind.
I'm mostly neutral on Ant-Man and the Wasp. It's fine, but it moved things forward a little bit, but then of course Endgame didn't do anything with what Ant-Man and the Wasp set up. So
Oh yeah, and the Spider-Man movies. Spider-Man movies. It's just you're allowed to have different opinions. It's more of, can you back up those opinions with not with facts and arguments.
yeah, with logic and reason and the notion that you've actually come to that conclusion because of reasons rather than just on a whim.
Yeah. Despite his connection to it in the comics, I don't have to look at your 20th Mafia movie and respect it when you don't respect that. To many, these movies mean more than just a couple of heroes shooting things out of the sky.
Okay, once again, and hopefully for the last time, she got there in the end. I agreed with her on something else.
Yeah, I agree overall. Again, it's just within context. My problem lies there.
The conflation between the defending of comic book movies as an art form and defending women's, because to women's is annoying.
Yeah, and that is the end of the article.
Yeah, Rachel Love, do me a favor. See if you can criticize anything at all without going the women's.
I think there's only one person on this site that we've actually kind of fully agreed on with. Can't remember her name.
Huh?
I can't remember her name though.
I thought it was Princess Weeks.
I believe so.
I thought there was one time we agreed with Princess Weeks, and then there was one time where we were reading the Crow thing where we agreed with somebody else.
Yeah, Kate Gardner.
Yeah.
Yeah, so two people.
Yeah. So in future, Rachel, see if you can criticize anything or anyone at all without going the women's. Your arguments probably will benefit from not going the women's every 5 minutes.
Right. So yeah, that was the end of the article. Overall thoughts, okay, fine, whatever.
The conversations we had in the interims were more interesting than the article.
Yeah. So last article of the night since 5 hours.
Yeah, it's taken longer than I thought it would take.
I blame the sidebars.
Yeah, but the sidebars always make things fun, and I'm glad we had them. So
yeah.
Friendship win.
Yeah. Speaking of fun, I sent this to you like yesterday or maybe the day before.
I think it was the day before.
Yeah. So Michael Moorcock's Elric headed to TV.
And funny story, folks. I like the day before Brainstormer sent me this, I was looking up Elric books to put on my Christmas list. So, yay.
Yeah. So I was like looking around. So just kind of the context of it all. I was just looking around, right? I was looking around for articles to cover. I saw this, and it was like some for TV, and it was about comic books. So I just figured we cover it. I had no connection to this. Dalton Harris appears to have more of a connection to this or knowledge of it.
Yeah.
So, and who knows? Maybe Dalton will be able to sell me on this.
I shall do my best.
Though, keep in mind, Dalton, I'm still trying to read through Sandman.
Which you should most definitely do.
Yeah, I have so many comics from the con, and I was just given the Umbrella Academy volumes and stuff. So,
yeah, I will be patient. You won't die of unending nightmares today.
and work as well has kind of been keeping me busy and stuff. So
Yes.
yeah, okay. Michael Moorcock's epic fantasy / horror prose franchise is being developed for television by former The Walking Dead showrunner Glenn Mazzara, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced the last name, and TV writer Vaughn Wilmot. First reported by Deadline, the writing duo are working with New Republic Pictures, who purchased the Elric rights. So I'm going to look up these two guys to see their credentials.
Hmm.
Anything to add, Dalton, or?
Okay, so here is the down low upon Elric of Melniboné. Elric of Melniboné is a series of pulp novels written by Michael Moorcock, later turned into comics by Roy Thomas in the 70s. It is a dark fantasy superhero, or rather, I guess, anti-hero series that follows the adventures of Elric of Melniboné, the long suffering emperor of an ancient culture who is so steeped in magic and sorcery that they literally need alchemical elixirs to remain alive, including Elric himself. He is a aging albino, which basically means that he looks very skeletal, and he's essentially, if you remember how King Theoden looks in the second Lord of the Rings movie before Gandalf showed up, that's what Elric is like all the time. And essentially, there is intrigue regarding the Ruby Throne, which is the throne of Melniboné, and his brother, whose name I forget, essentially uses sorcery to drive him mad temporarily and steal the throne from him. At which point he is cast out and forced to wander the earth, essentially becoming a magical mercenary until he can make his way back to Melniboné and take the throne back. But because he is a ancient curmudgeon, he essentially needs magical elixirs and shit to remain alive, and if he goes too long without them, his age begins to catch up on him. He is armed with an ancient mystic blade called Stormbringer, which is literally a demon blade in the sense that it is possessed by demons. And in his weaker moments, he actually starts talking to the fucking thing, and it actually starts talking back because, again, possessed by demons. So essentially, the story of Elric of Melniboné is the story of his adventures and misadventures, attempting to clear his name and restore the honor of the Melnibonéan people. It's funnily enough, if you're familiar with the Witcher franchise, much of the Witcher franchise was based on Elric, because apparently the creator of the Witcher franchise was a big fan of the Elric pulps. I personally find myself to be a fan primarily of the comic adaptations, which are very, very good, especially, and if you like Sandman in particular, you'll probably like the Elric comics. The funny thing is, in the case of the comics, they're very hyper-saturated in like psychedelic color, despite being extremely dark fantasy. You still there, Brainstormer? You must have left to get pizza again.
I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just making some chocolate milk.
Okay.
Okay. So I pretty much caught all of it, what you were describing. Sounds like a good series. I will probably try to catch that when I'm not busy with reading pretty
All
much
the other
anything else.
things.
Yeah. Some things I will cover tonight.
Mhm.
Recommendations. So I have the IMDb's for Glenn and Vaughn. So the showrunner Glenn Mazara. I'm so sorry I'm mispronouncing that last name. He's a creator, executive producer, and showrunner of A&E's new series Damien. Based on that was made a couple years ago and didn't work out. Fortunately, Bonnie's work includes AFI, Golden Globe, award-winning series The Shield.
Never heard of it.
I think it had the guy who was the actor who played the Thing in the first, in like those 2000s Fantastic Four movies. It was like a cop procedural show. I heard good things about it.
Okay, that's not exactly what I'd call a good sign for an Alric series.
CBS Nash's Bridge and NBC's Life. Hold on. Maybe I should. So essentially, it's like a dark fantasy, right?
Okay, for like tone and concept wise, imagine Game of Thrones meets Conan the Barbarian.
Okay, so now I'm looking. Okay, so he's a producer on the Sin City series that's coming out.
Okay, well, I can't really judge you on things that you are going to be doing.
He's also an executive producer for okay, so I'm looking at a lot of producer stuff here. The Dark Tower series coming out 2020.
Can't really judge you for that because
Walking Dead. He's an executive. He was an executive producer for the 2013 stuff. Yeah, he was a producer since 2011 to 2013. So like for the first two seasons. Okay. Okay, so he has some writing credits as well. Yeah, nothing really I've heard of or stuff I've never really seen. So let's turn to the, I believe, head writer.
Okay.
Yeah, Vaughn Wilmot.
Yeah, never heard of him.
I have seen a few of his things. So, okay, so he was a writer for Star Trek Discovery.
Oh no.
Well, it depends on which ones he's seen, which ones he's written. Because you've seen this series, right?
Yeah, but none of the episodes are particularly great signs.
Okay. He's also written for Prison Break, 2017.
Heard of it, never watched it.
Never really saw it. He's written for Dominion. I've seen a little bit of it. It's
Okay,
based on that.
I liked. That's a good sign. And
Yeah.
it actually does kind of fit within Elric.
Yeah. I saw a little bit of it. I knew it was based on that movie Legion, which had the guy
Wait,
who plays.
were they based in the same universe? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was based on the movie Legion that had the guy who plays Vision.
Paul Bettany.
Yeah, thank you, Paul Bettany. Oh, that's good chocolate milk. Okay. He's also written. He wrote one episode for Sons of Anarchy.
Okay, that's possibly a good sign.
He was also an actor in Star Trek: The Next Generation, Descent.
What role did he play?
It was an uncredited one called Bajoran Security Ensign.
Okay, Bajoran. Oh, okay, them. And the word is ensign, by the way.
What?
You said ensign. The word is ensign.
Sorry. It looked like sign, so. Alright. So back to this. We feel privileged to have been entrusted by Mike and Linda Moorcock with a character and narrative universe as rich and diverse as Elric, said New Republic's Bradley J. Fleischer. You know what? I'm going to look up New Republic Pictures too because I've never heard of this company.
Me either.
It has me a little worried, but
yeah, I'm. See, Elric is another one of those very high concept, very complicated franchises that is very easy to fuck up and very difficult to get right.
right.
Like I said, it's a little bit like The Witcher meets Sandman. Would be the best way to put it.
Okay.
With a little bit of Game of Thrones thrown in there.
Yeah, and hope to deliver to generations of fans that the enthralling experience they've been demanding for so many years from these masterworks of genre literature.
Okay, so question, how much are you going to take from the comics? Because even Michael Moorcock himself said that one of the recent comic adaptations was so good that he was retconning the character. So, how about that then? Are you going to take from all versions of Elric or just the pulps?
Okay, so it's based in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Films this place has made. Alright, so while that's loading, let us think upon. That's the article. Okay. New Republic plans to lead off the Elric franchise with the Mazara, goddamn it, Wilmot spearheaded TV series, but the Hollywood Trade reports that the Shingle thinks Moorcock Saga has cross-platform franchise potential. This comes as New Republic prepares to shop around the Elric series to broadcast partners.
Give it to Netflix, that way you'll at least get the budget you need. Because there is a bit of a high budget thing with Elric.
Okay. Come on.
Okay, Elric gets fucking weird sometimes. Like, one week he will be gallivanting around with a bunch of pirates. The next week he will be stepping in the realm of the gods and navigating the multiverse.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
there's a multiverse in Elric. It's awesome.
Yeah. Okay. So I see a couple here. Huh. These are actually pretty big budget. Well, not big budget, but Okay. So Hacksaw Ridge, American Made, Rocket Man, Legend, Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies,
Okay.
The
That's
Woman in
good.
Black, and
Okay, that's a good sign.
Black Swan.
Also good.
And the upcoming one is 1917.
I don't know that one. So what?
Oh, it's not out yet.
Mm-hmm.
Also, apparently, there's a Liam Neeson movie called A Walk Among the Tombstones,
Yes, that movie's pretty good.
and Johnny Depp, Black Mass. I heard about that, never really saw it.
Yeah.
Okay, so New Republic Pictures. Okay. There have been at least 2 attempts to adapt Elric into film, one by Wendy Pini in the 1970s and one by Universal Pictures in 2007.
There was supposed to be an Elric movie in 2007. What the fuck?
Elric has been adapted numerous times in comic books, including appearances in Marvel's Conan the Barbarian and several standalone titles with DC, Marvel, First Comics, Pacific Comics, Dark Horse Comics, Boom Studios, and Titan Comics.
The Titan comic ones are the best so far. I'm actually going to recommend everybody, including you, Brainstormer, check out a video done by Razorfist, in his channel The Rageaholic, where he talks about Elric. Just type in Razorfist Elric, it should come up.
Gotcha.
He gives basically a list of recommendations for essentially the primer on Elric, and I agree wholeheartedly.
I'm actually subscribed to that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's cool.
Yeah. Did kind of now without warranty, he did bash a lot of 90s comics about how people were saying they're better than they.
But he got it wrong because he used screenshots from Englantine's videos, and Englantine is not one of those people. So
Yeah. I still like him though. He's a really interesting guy.
yeah, no, he's awesome. And he got me into, or rather, he got me back into characters like the Shadow. So I can't fault him, and I am using his recommendations on Elric to do some Christmas shopping for myself in the coming months. So there's that.
Okay.
Because I have read a lot of Elric on the online, but I have not owned any Elric yet, so I need to fix that.
Excuse me. Cold milk.
Ah.
Yeah. So comic recommendations, and you've already kind of recommended Elric, I suppose, right?
Yes. In particular, I recommend Elric: The Dreaming City, which you can get in hardcover. I highly recommend, if possible, getting these in hardcover because they're awesome. I also highly recommend Elric, Sailor on the Seas of Fate, which is the weird one, or one of the weird ones. Elric gets weird later on, folks, and it gets awesome in the same way that like Sandman is awesome, or like a good Doctor Strange book is awesome.
Okay.
also speaking of Elric stuff, I recommend, and stuff from Titan Comics. Elric Volume 1, The Rethrone, and Elric Volume 2, Stormbringer, are both really good, and they're in direct continuity with each other, so there's that.
Okay. So I did a lot of reading for the last couple days, just so because last week I wasn't able to read anything, and I regret doing that.
Okay.
So I read a few of the alternative titles I got, and I still need to get the continuations of them. So, the first one I'm going to recommend is Gods and Gears. It's kind of a pulpy story, and I think you really like it, Dalton. Essentially, first off, it takes place during like a stuntman thing, where like 1910, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And then the one of the guys who was doing the stunt, like the guy in the sidecar of the motorcycle, gets flung through like a magical time portal of some sorts,
Mm-hmm.
and gets thrown into what I believe is the Amazon jungle of 1870.
Damn.
Yeah, and he's kind of being tossed onto this adventure with this kid, who's pretty interesting, and they're being hunted by like these mafia gorillas of some sort.
When you say mafia gorillas, do you mean like big burly dudes, or do you mean literal gorillas?
Literal gorillas.
That's amazing, and I love it.
Yeah, so it really goes into the pulp aspect of it all, like the real weird and wacky. It's interesting. Like it has enough for the first issue to grab you. I think I have the second issue with me right now. I haven't read it yet, just because I wanted to read the first issues first.
I'm gonna see if I can get it in trade form now, honestly.
I think it's yeah. Okay, I am. The second alternate title is The Mighty Mascots, I believe. Yeah, The Mighty Mascots. Essentially, I believe like a former child actor turned super genius accidentally brings forth like cereal mascots to life.
Okay, well played once again, Alternate Comics. You have me on board.
Yeah, and basically they become like a team of superheroes, and they're fighting like these villains who are like mascots for teeth whitening, like tooth care and all. There's also like a very interesting subplot with this. I believe the main villain, this female doctor who's trying to use the same type of like chemical that created these characters. It's like a 3D printing formula of some sorts that brought them to life, and she's trying to get it or use it to give her husband, who's like trapped in his body, like severely damaged and stuff, but his mind is still working.
Yeah.
And she's trying to get the formula to give him a new body.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's goofy, but it also seems to have very much stakes to it. And like,
yeah, this is definitely something that I would find interesting, I think.
Mm-hmm. And I also read something I got from a con, and if you ever find it, it's from a line that from a business that Rob Liefeld started after he was kind of either left or was kicked out of Image, called Awesome Entertainment.
Yeah.
And this was one of the series, and I really wish I could find, and I'm going to look for this, but it's a series called Lionheart.
I just said,
Yeah. And it's very interesting simply on the fact that it involves Adam and Eve. Like it's literally in the first pages where Adam and Eve get kicked out of Eden, right?
Yeah.
And apparently God gave them a little bit of essence of his power to kind of help them, because he still loves his quote unquote children, even though they disobeyed him and stuff, and he's kicking them out.
Hmm.
So he didn't want them to be unprepared or unprotected.
Hmm.
So that's interesting. And then it kind of moves to kind of modern times, or 90s modern times,
Hmm.
where this archaeologist travels to, I assume, like Antarctica or something, or the Arctic, where she finds a Viking ship encased in ice, or like in an ice cove of some sort, completely intact. And she finds like essentially the power that I think either Adam or Eve had, and the opposite of it, called Blackheart, is wanting that power himself. And
Ah.
so she gets the powers of that and becomes Lionheart. And it's very interesting, and I wish I got more. Unfortunately, I got 2 comics, but it's basically just one.
I have a suspicion that the dark-hearted one is Adam.
Or maybe a descendant or something. I'm not sure.
Or possibly Cain.
I would honestly prefer it to be Abel.
Because subversion of expectation, or
That, and also, in all honesty, you remember the SCP version of Cain and Abel?
yes.
It would. I just don't. I don't know. To me, that makes a little more sense. That Cain would be somewhat of a peaceful man and only did that one act of brutality.
Because when you're the first human being ever to do the murder, you kind of spend the rest of eternity committing acts of penance for said murder.
Yeah.
And when you are the first murder victim, you get pissed.
Right.
If you're also immortal, you stay pissed for a very, very long time.
Right. But also, it's just it's a good book. I wish I had like more issues of it, but unfortunately, I got 2 books where it's just a different. It's a variant cover.
See, this is why I shop in trades, because then I never have to. Then I never have to go, well, goddamn it, if I only had one more issue.
Well, yeah, like I said, I went to a con, and con was so enjoyable, and I like the comics I got. Ironically enough, I think it's the variant cover I like more than the actual cover.
Well, yeah, the variant covers are always quote unquote special, which usually means they're the ones that honestly should have probably been on.
No. I like the original cover than the variant cover more.
That's interesting.
Like, yeah, it's just the thing is the variant cover, which is like there's actually a certificate of authenticity in there, where it's like the 425th one, or like 1,000, I believe.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of a basic cover where it's just the main character, the titular character Lionheart, just kind of standing there in a somewhat dynamic pose behind like a gradient background. Well, the actual cover it's kind of in a different style opposed to the comic art, but it just has so more to it. Like there's backgrounds, there's dynamic lighting, there's the character in her regular attire and in her superhero attire. It's really just something. I will like have to get pictures and like send it to you or something.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, those are my recommendations. And maybe next week I'll be able to read Future the Futurions. I believe is their name. Maybe even read some. Maybe even
Sounds
read
very
an,
sci-fi heavy.
yeah, and maybe even read an Umbrella Academy.
Let me know how that is, because I keep hearing good things about the comic and the show, and I haven't gotten a chance to look into
Well,
it.
again, it's written by Gerard Way of My Chemical Romance, and that's really interesting. Just on the fact that that is.
It's just like, well, now I have to read it.
He's also apparently wrote Doom Patrol and has his own imprint at DC called Young Animal.
Okay, so yeah, this guy is very, very multi-talented.
And an extreme nerd, which even more props.
Yeah, all the more power to you.
Yeah. Do you have any more things to recommend on, or are we good?
I could conceivably recommend more things, but I'm
Tired?
getting too tired. So yeah.
Right. Okay.
We need to do the outros so I can irreverently tell people to fuck off.
Right. All right. So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Shalom. I'm tired. Fuck off.